Hey, stream. Hi, hello, and welcome. We're back. We're back. Hope you're all having a fantastic afternoon, or morning, or evening, wherever you may be listening. And it's more Star Rail today, which it's been a lot of Star Rail recently. We had 3.4, well, we had summons before 3.4, then we had 3.4, which we actually did in a day. So, hey, Stevo, please correct me. Is it Stevo or Stevo? Because when we were discussing last stream, I was saying Stevo, and I went back and I realized that I just assumed the pronunciation. So please correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Stevo based on the way it's spelled, but let me know. But yeah, so we've had the first one. So Stevo. Yeah, yay or nay? Anyone else in chat? Don't think anyone else is in chat. But well, so we've had a couple yay, okay, perfect. So Stevo it is. All right. Thank you, my friend. So we've had a couple of Star Rail streams and it's gonna be like this for a while. But we're almost at the end of it. So I'll talk about that here a bit with the housekeeping items. But as for today's stream, we're finally going to be diving into the As I've Written database that Amphoreus has. And there's a lot of content. We're going to be going through the Saga of Heroes, and we're also going to be going through the newly released content that we got in 3.4, which was kind of the database looking thing. Chose his pronunciation arbitrarily anyway because V doesn't exist in Polish language. Oh, you are Polish. That is very cool. Very cool. I am American. Not as cool, but V doesn't exist in the Polish language. That's interesting. Yeah, I as I've explored more languages, I've realized just how abnormal English is. English is a fairly abnormal language, but yeah. So today we're going to be doing that. In terms of what to expect going forward. So I guess we can transition to our regular housekeeping items. The first one is we will be having one more Star Rail stream, and it'll be sometime soon, maybe even tomorrow. And we're actually going to be doing a tier list. It's going to be the very first tier list that we ever do in Star Rail. It's going to be a character tier list. We're going to go on the Ranker website and we're going to go through everything bit by bit and finally see now that Amphoreus Part 1 is over. We're going to see what has changed between my character ranking from before and my character ranking from what it is now. Because obviously, the last time I did my character ranking was a long time ago, and I didn't even know the names or even the designs of any of the Amphoreus characters. And I'm going to tell you right now, my top 5 probably doesn't look the same as before. It probably does not look the same at all. So should be a good time. That'll be a bit of a shorter stream. I don't think it'll be too long. We'll just get on. We'll do the tier list. We'll talk about why I love the characters that I love and why I don't really love the characters that I don't really love, and should be um somewhere around 1 to 2 hours. So, and then after the tier list stream, which like I said will be fairly soon, it'll probably be tomorrow or it'll be Thursday. Who knows? It depends on my general mood. After that stream, we will be finally diving back into Zenless Zone Zero, which I am excited for. Star Rail has been really, really fun recently. The community has been very up in Atom. The energy has been just magical, and I've had a great time with Star Rail. This is the most fun I've had with Star Rail since Penacony. But at the same time, like I said, um, a month ago, the game that I am primarily focused on right now, primarily interested in, is Zenless. I'm interested in catching up, learning more about the world. And though Star Rail comes in every 6 weeks and completely takes over my life for about a week, Zenless is still kind of front of mind. So, not to say that I prefer Zenless over Star Rail. Star Rail will always be my favorite gacha. It is the only game that I the only gacha, sorry, not the only game, the only gacha that I genuinely see myself playing from start to finish. So it'll always be priority number one when it comes to gacha games on this channel. It's just that Zenless deserves a little bit of love. So yeah, so that's the general kind of timeline of what to expect. So one more Star Rail stream, and then back to the Zenless grind. Should be some fun. In terms of a second housekeeping item, um, there's going to be a bit of a break from the streaming at some point in the coming months because I have finally decided to upgrade my stream. So it'll be new microphone, maybe new webcam. I'm considering green screen, who knows, but we're going to be taking the quality of the stream, upgrading it a bit, and during that time period, there will be no streaming, obviously, because I will be testing and doing various things. But it's not going to be for a while, so don't worry. I'm anticipating having this upgrade happen after Amphoreus is over. So it could not even be this year. It could be next year. So we'll see. But just know that yes, there will be a probably a 1 month break at some point as I work through the upgrades on my stream. And there's going to be plenty that we can do before then. There's going to be the rest of Amphoreus. There's going to be catching up to Zenless. And there might be even a new game that we start on the channel outside of gacha games. So that should be fun. So, yeah, that is all the housekeeping items that we have for now. So, without much further ado, let's go ahead and jump into it. Bring up the overlay. We're here in Star Rail already. We've got Firefly, my favorite character. Spoilers for my character tier list. She will be number one. It won't be particularly close at all. So, but okay, let's turn on audio for both you guys and myself. And actually, before we jump into As I've Written, as I logged in the past couple of days, I noticed that Cyrene was in a few different positions. And these are positions that I haven't seen her. So we're going to go ahead and kind of take a look at what these are.
No rush. We've still got all the time in the world. Just take it slow. Time will stop for us.
Okay, so it doesn't really feel like anything too new. Well, maybe it is something new. Oh, this is new. Ooh, I'm excited. More Cyrene. Oh, dipping your feet into like a hot tub or like a jacuzzi is so nice. It's one of my favorite things. Well, getting inside a jacuzzi or a hot tub, period, is one of my favorite things. I love these chews so much. They are so sibling energy. And man, they've done such a great job with Cyrene and setting her dynamic before 3.5. Scale gorge. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna. I like that she humors us. Am I also a brave sailor?
Wow, the breeze is so pleasant. I wish every day was as peaceful as the surface of the sea.
Stevo, I only today realized Ides Elysiae means unpleasant afterlife. Excuse me? In what language? In Polish? In Greek? In English? That's interesting. That's also depressing if that's true. Okay, another nice scene with Cyrene. Always love exchanging banter with her. Let's go see if there's anything new. Something tells me that's probably it. Yeah, now she's sleeping on a table. We've seen that one before already. Okay, perfect. So yeah, speaking of Ides Elysiae, Stevo, I have mostly made this my new lobby. Like, I've always searched for like a a place to like log in and log out of in Star Rail, and I never found one that I was like really comfortable with. Like for the longest time, it was the Astral Express, and I was like, okay, I'm fine with this. But the problem with the Astral Express is that you're forced to use the Trailblazer inside the Astral Express, right? Like if I teleport to the Astral Express and I go to my room, right? It has to be me, and this is like the same way across the Express. Like I have to use Kalis, or if you're using Stell, you have to use Stell, right? And I want to use other characters when I log out of them. Like Firefly. I want to make sure that Firefly is the character I use my most because she's my favorite character. So I would always like search for like places to like log out and like spend most of my time in while I was doing like account related stuff, like upgrading my characters. And Ides Elysia has kind of become that for me. It just feels so peaceful. Like this clearing right here next to the space anchor, this has become the place where I log in and log out. Because Firefly is able to come out, the music isn't too loud, it's relaxing, and it feels like a lobby to me. Ides is unpleasant in Greek, and Elysium is one of the realms of ancient Greek afterlife, one specifically for heroes and thus chosen by gods. Yes, I know of Elysium, but I did not know Ides is unpleasant in Greek. So interesting. Unpleasant afterlife. What a name to describe such a beautiful area, which we will protect. We must protect Ides Elysia and Finonstead. Oh, this is due. I don't think I've seen her in this position before.
Over here, look! The reflection on the water is super cute, isn't it?
Is she gonna push me in the fucking pond? I guarantee you she is. Oh, never mind. Oh, Cyrene, we're getting deep, aren't we? Maybe if we do this. Choose the same one. Ooh, this is different also. She's like half our size. This is something that Elysia would say. Lacks the fear factor. Isn't this where she put us before? Camera motion. Interesting. Hello.
This wheat field is our baby. You can't just stomp on it willy-nilly. You'll stomp all over our hopes.
Aww. It's like little sister like chastising her older brother. And you can help me. God, when we do the character ranking tomorrow or on Thursday, you guys are gonna be shocked at where I place Cyrene. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, it's gonna be high. Okay, so now she's back on the swing. Okay. So I think I've gotten everything. Okay, sorry, a little bit of a Cyrene interruption before we get into As I've Written. I can't ignore her. I'm sorry. Every time I see Cyrene, I just have to protect. So we've got a lot to do. The main thing is the Saga of Heroes. That's the thing that I really want to do today. Because I have been saving this for 3 story patches now, or 4 story patches. 4 story patches now. And it's time to dive deep into these individual character stories so that we can get to know the backstories or whatever of these characters even more than what we know already. Should be a lot of fun. And it's going to be a lot of reading. And then after that... Oh, no. Not this one. Is it this one? No, not this one either. I keep selecting the wrong ones. And then after we do the Saga of Heroes, I think it's this one. The Delta Me 3. Okay, yeah. After that, we'll do this. Because this is what we just got in 3.4. And it's going to contain a lot of information that I think is going to be relevant for the story patches in the future. So, those are the 2 things we're going to do today. We're not really going to explore... We already read the admin notes. We're not really going to explore the Flame Chaser's path because I don't think it's really anything. and then mem.exe is just conversing with Cyrene, so I can do that on my own time. Stevo, fact that person related to remembrance has something deep about reflections is fitting given Garden's mirror's aesthetic. Indeed. Yep. Cyrene is very... They were very purposeful with her character, which honestly, for a while, I was getting really worried. Around 3.3, I was like, we're not really getting a lot of her. I figured that she was going to be more relevant in the second part of Amphoreus, which makes sense, right? But I was thinking maybe she was going to be more of a side character or fairly unimportant. But the more I look back on it, like in hindsight, like a lot of the stuff with Cyrene was very intentional. It was being delayed for a purpose. And now I think we're going to get a lot of her in the next story patches. And what we already got of Cyrene in 3.4 was very well done. It was really fun. And this little epilogue thing that we got as well to set up the dynamic between the Trailblazer and Cyrene is a lot of fun as well. The banter is just super entertaining. But okay. So, Saga of Heroes. So I think the way I would like to do this in terms of what order we go in, I would like to go in release order of the character. So basically, when did the character first become available to summon? And then going from there. Obviously, some of these characters are not available to summon, and for those we will leave for last. So basically, we're going to be going... Aglaya is going to be the first one, because she was the first Chrysos heir that we could summon for. Then it's going to be Tribi. Then after Tribi, it's going to be, I believe, Anaxa or Castoris, one of the two. Doesn't really matter. And then we'll go from there, right? So basically, release order of their banner. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bam. I recommend saving Mysterious Foreign Guest and Seismic Walking Dragon for last. Yes, absolutely, Stevo. Those are the ones. I figured because these are the ones that we haven't seen yet, and the ones that are the most mysterious. Save those for last. And the same thing with Hycelians and Serige. We're going to save those for last as well. So, yeah, we're going to go in release order of the band. So I think that's Aglaya, Tribi, Anaxa, Castoris. No, I'm missing Mighty. So it's Aglaya, Tribi, Mighty, Anaxa, Castoris. Is it Anaxa Castoris or is it Castoris Anaxa? Like I said, doesn't matter. But then we get into Hyacinth, Cypher, Finan, and then we'll do like the ones that haven't been released yet. Okay, and we're gonna be going from the start. I have not read any of these. I read like one of Aglaya, so I read this first one, but I completely forgot everything about it. So let's get into it. Oh, and I'm gonna say this right now before we jump into it. I am going to mostly be reading these in silence, but I will try to narrate a little bit. The reason for that is simply because I don't think my voice can handle it. This is a lot of text, and if I were to narrate everything, then I will lose my voice tomorrow. It's a lot of text, and well, maybe we can try. We'll see. We'll play it. We'll feel it out. But for the most part, I think what I had planned, I'm going to move my cursor with the mouse, and then I'll kind of give commentary as time goes on. Akama, a city that warriors look back upon before marching towards the battlefield, the holy city, the sanctuary of all citizens. Yeah, one thing that I'm interrupting. Like, there's gonna be a lot of interrupting here. But one thing that I've always been interested in is Aglaya has been detailed to be of noble birth, right? She's like this purposeful, important figure in Amphoreus. She was going to be important in some way. And the very existence of nobles in Amphoreus is interesting because we don't have last names. Amphoreus does not have last names at all. So how is Aglaya identified as a noble? Like, do people just know? Is it just a cultural thing, or does she have a last name that we are not aware of that is very like aristocratic, right? Sorry. is interesting stuff. As of this patch with new Trailblazer VA, these are narrated on first reading. Yep, I heard about that, which kind of sucks. But it's good to have the voices back. It is. I would just wish we would have gotten them in the first place. So, if I press this, does it give me the voice? Doesn't look like it. Okay. That's fine. But there's one thing she'll never be able to achieve. A jealous whisper can be heard. She will never be able to produce something seamless. Lady Aglaya, grace our eyes with your most elegant creation. No, ingratiating words do not sit well with me, nor do duplicitous machinations. So this is getting into like the politics of like, and basically reframing her as a leader and what she did for Akuma and all the different challenges that she had to take part in. Because a lot of what made Aglaya so interesting for me, even before we saw her in the story, was the fact that I thought she was going to be this like hardened figure, like this like almost detached leader. What she is, and well, she was, rip. But I thought there was going to be a lot of vulnerability inside her, like a lot of humanity that she was like hiding away from the rest of the Chrysos heirs in the main audience. There was that, and it took a long time to unearth that. We really didn't get Aglaya's vulnerability till 3.3. Instead, what they did was they took her character in a different direction, and they made her kind of like the emotionless leader whose humanity is dissipating, which is also a fairly powerful character storyline that you can use. But I am very glad that they did let us see her humanity, because it was always something that I was interested in with her character. But yeah, a big reason why she became as detached as she is because she had to deal with so much bullshit. Her gaze flits across the stoa, equally regarding every member of the public. Very poetic so far. For the weaver, the answer lies in her golden threads. As long as the thread has form, it is enough to craft seamless finery, be it stitched finely and tightly or cut cleanly with a single stroke. Hardly a challenge, none of these pose a challenge. The rhyme rolls off like seams, like a soft sigh from lips. Yeah, so far what the Saga of Heroes is focusing on for Aglaya is, I think, the first impression we get of her, which is like almost this figure of perfection. She can do no wrong. But as we know later on, that's not the case. She can do wrong. She feels a lot of pressure to be perfect. And that ultimately, that pressure and her later failings as she grows weaker and weaker due to the influence of the core flame, that starts to unearth the little bit of humanity she does have left, and we see her be vulnerable for the first time, which I thought was fantastic in 3.3. So we're on to number 2 now, right? Okay, we're on to number 2. A long line stretched across the square. Merchants, shopkeepers, and even high society elite all lined up together without distinction. Referencing high society again. Okay, interesting. She's about to get rid of her failed pieces. Interesting. That's a very specific line, because I think the public sees Aglaya as almost cruel, like anything imperfect she gets rid of, or she like pays no mind. which some part of Aglaia is like that. She's a very prideful person, but I think it's a healthy amount of pride. And in some cases, like, she sees something imperfect and she doesn't want to get rid of it, rather, but improve it. Or in the case that she does want it, to like cut that part imperfection out of her life, it's reasonable. Now, I think this line is supposed to again show the fact that Aglaia tries to be perfect, but struggles with that kind of pressure. Now I see why the holy city is free of worries. Even as the end nears, they're still obsessed with lavish clothing. Okay, this is interesting. I like where this is going. Are flawed creations really still worth the people's adoration? The Weaver shakes her head. She seems to have forgotten something. It is precisely the flawed hero who walks ahead of the crowd, who casts a long shadow over the world, and who strides towards its everlasting daylight. There are, nevertheless, people whom the Weaver is willing to sue and tailor for. Her conditions are beauty sharp as a blade in the pursuit of beauty. This is really good stuff. By the way, before I forgot to mention, regarding locked dialogue in mem.exe, password is your trailblazer name. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, thank you for telling me, because I will have to explore that here in a bit. Me, I want to be showered with a thunderous ovation and lots of flowers, a melodramatic poet speaks out. Do I fit the bill? My sister and I are refugees from the abyss. I want to get a pair of shoes from her. Aww. Aww. Go, the Weaver begins. Go to the 3 children in the city. As messengers of Yanis, they will bring him the shoes he hopes for. Interesting. Interesting. So, she wasn't able to provide for those children, and I bet she wants to, but she understands her position and her power as well, and she knows that she's not the person to do that for them. So instead, she guides them to someone who would be. Okay. Again, we're reframing kind of like the position that she's been forced in by the Flame Chase journey and the people of Akama, and her like pursuit of perfection and beauty, putting pressure on her once again. Before 3.4, you couldn't choose dialogues. There was no way to notice some is locked. With the mem stuff. Interesting, okay. A solo lyre sound flows along the streets. Oh, my lover, why does your mood change faster than the clouds above? The audience's face is covered in sorrow. Ah, how I wish she was clear. How I wish she has clear eyes that are quick to anger and laughter, and dimples that crease in smiles and frowns. So now we're going to Garment Maker and Garment Maker's thoughts. Lady Aglaia, I am Apollos' retainer, here for an outfit to take to my master. The creation of love and beauty indeed. As the visitor thinks thus, his thoughts sprinkle the golden threads in the room. If you wish to embrace such fantasies, she declares thus on the other end of the golden thread, you must be aware of the scissors that can pierce through the chest. I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but this reads to me like this visitor that came to Aglaya with potentially not impure, potentially an agenda of such that is then detected by Aglaya's threads. And Aglaya is now basically maybe not directly threatening this visitor, but warning him. The thread known as Ramets is knit by all beings, by all love and hatred, beauty and sin, memories and prophecies. All that occurs are clothing indeed. Look, the despondent servant buried his love. The dressmaster plucks it up, and into the garment maker's dress she weaves. Okay. This is definitely a more artistic part of Aglaya's saga. Huh. Referencing the black tide here. And instilled armaments instead of silk. Oh, okay, interesting. So this is describing the process in which I think she creates Garment Maker and how she essentially not programs but modifies her to her liking, and that some potentially were tainted by the black tide? I'm not sure. This cutscene was peak, by the way. Use the needle and thread as your sword, she requests the servants who cannot answer. The garment makers are elegant still. They turn bloody and stained slaughter into lithe rondos. For only then can they still dress in gowns, only then can romance survive to the mark. This was definitely the most abstract and artistic part so far that we've read of Aglaya's saga. But I think in general it was more of a less of a character study here and more of how Garment Maker and Aglaya function together, and basically their responsibility towards obviously the Flame Chase journey and stopping the Black Tide. But I'm not gonna go too deep into each one of these entries, because if I tried to analyze this and tried to make sense of it, we would be here for hours. So I'm just gonna give my initial impression. If I understand it, great. If I don't understand it, that's fine too. Obviously, not everyone is gonna pick up on like the original intention of the writer's work here. I try my best to get as much characterization as I can from every little piece of dialogue, but some of it is too abstract for me. In the past, when strife swallowed the earth and schemes disrupted the hearts of friends, the maiden who was yet a weaver was wrapped in a cocoon most grand, untouched by the storms sweeping through the land. Okay, so this one's interesting. I think we might be touching on Aglaya before she became Aglaya, basically, before she became a Chrysos heir, but more importantly, the leader of the Flame Chase. So we knew already that she was rich, and that a lot of the other high-class people of Akama would basically cushion up to her. Oh, this one's long. Till warfare set the threads aflame, and the devoutly praying priest was slaughtered before the altar. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. So she went through, like, the complete slaughter of her family. Before a strong wind, a weak nobility cannot stand. So whatever this event was, it eventually something, maybe the Black Tide, basically completely destroyed her family. The people that made up her family, like her blood relatives, but also the people who served, her noble house. And as a result of whatever this event was, she basically matured. This is like describing her like sudden and forced coming of age. She realizes that she has to essentially temper the qualities that nobility gave her, like, maturity, intelligence, probably an understanding of the arts and, of the aristocracy. She needs to use the qualities that a general noble person would have and take them and turn them into a strength that can withstand against whatever basically destroyed her family. By a sword, and the legacy of romance became a tragedy. A broken mansion and an empty house. So she was it. There's no one left but her. And because of the destruction of her family, now no one really is supporting her and cushioning up to her. What's the word? It's not cushioning up. Yeah, all the romance, talent, peerage, and beauty, what use are they in a disaster? Well, she's going to create use out of them. Miss, would you like to pick up the shuttle again and weave for me? The young miss wanted to laugh, but could only respond with shock, for the maid's face was now covered in scars, as she fought to protect her mistress's safety. Though I can no longer see, I still want to don the garments you weave. Oh, interesting. So someone did survive, maybe. Or is this describing maybe garment maker, like figuratively, and like the first time Aglaya ever created garment maker? But considering the fact that they say the maid's face was covered in scars, I think this is a real person. So it looks like someone might have survived alongside Aglaya. Not family, but a servant of hers. Yeah, that seems like a real person. And through this person was able to inspire Aglaya to start moving on. And this is the blind maid. Okay, so it was a real person. So I don't think we've ever heard Aglaya mention this maid before inside the real story. As the weaver attended banquets, the praises for youth returned. That majestic lady must be Nestia in the flesh, but harsh words also join. The mistress's beauty is quite reduced by a maidservant so unsightly. Hey, what the fuck? Yeah, it really goes to show we are on most of the times nobility in fiction is used in a very derogatory way. Like, nobility is often antagonized in fiction, which, makes sense. It's easy to write and antagonize nobility. It creates interest and curiosity, and it gives, generally the main cast something to fight against, like, or a source of antagonism, whatever, right? Obviously, nobility in real life can absolutely be that same way. People in positions of power are easily corrupt. But also there are ways nobility can be beneficial, right? There are genuine nobles out there that generally care about the common folk and they use their influence and power to better the lives of the common folk. The nobility in Amphoreus was often described, I think, in the main story as fairly unforgiving, and we are definitely seeing that here. This is like very traditional, like fictional nobility, like corrupt, apathetic, arrogant, lots of other like disdainful words, right? I wonder if Aglaya was like that before whatever event that destroyed her family turned her into the person that we know today. I wonder if she was also like the typical noble, like arrogant, apathetic to the common folk. One thing with implications on Honkai universe that came from 4 is proof that having blessing from Eon doesn't necessarily mean you're on their path. What with golden blood of Christ Sarah being blessing of destruction? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the general the the actual fact that Finan was a pathstrider of the destruction, likely an emanator of destruction, and wanted to destroy Nanook, that doesn't really ring a bell. So yeah, I think as time and Star Rail has gone on, we realize more and more that the paths aren't necessarily agreement to a philosophy. Like, to be a pathstrider, you don't necessarily need to follow that philosophy. You can also be alike to that philosophy as well. But being alike a philosophy doesn't necessarily mean you can agree with it, which can create conflict within a path. It's an interesting topic to explore. It also kind of like something that like kind of connects to that, but not really, has always been the discussion of nihility and Ix, right? Because Ix, by definition, and the path of nihility probably shouldn't exist, right? An eon and a path that believes nothing matters, that existence is pointless, probably shouldn't exist in the first place. So paths and eons, I think, are far more flexible and vague than we initially thought. They're not as restrictive. And it's relevant to whole Honkai verse, what with permanence, remembrance, and elation showing up in the solar system. Yeah, I think so, but I don't think it's just those three. I think other paths as well are going to be important to the overall Honkai universe, especially this Star Rail universe. The main servant apologized in embarrassment, lowering her head. My mistress have brought you shame. Yet her mistress brought her to the middle of the ball, having her garbed in the latest dress as the model. She now knew that praises and ridicule were both untrue, and that romance cared not for beauty of the face. The golden thread of gods exists only within. Wait, this is actually really cool. Oh, I really like this. So it does imply that Aglaya once was more naive and more like the traditional noble, like, you know, maybe like very like ignorant and within her privileged shell. But after this event that basically destroyed her family, through this maidservant that was obviously close to her, she was able to, you know, recontextualize her perspective on beauty and nobility and the strength and influence that comes with inherent, you know, power from nobility, and basically refine it and become the person and the leader that she is that we see in the story. Oh man, yeah, I figured she was going to die, but oh, the unsightly maidservant blocked the dagger aimed at the mistress's soul. The blood once again dyed red, something she wove. That was the last time in her life the maid's face she clearly beheld. So this is the calamity of strife. So I'm wondering whether or not this maidservant died because she was blocking an attack from just, you know, a minion of Nigador or something, or maybe kindness and the cleaners. Like, because dagger sounds like the cleaners to me, but the cleaners didn't necessarily worship strife or Nigador. So this is interesting. I wonder who exactly ended up killing Aglaya's maid. So this, yeah, obviously this hurt Aglaya significantly. Oh shit. She's like developing almost not a disdain for nobility, but she's distancing herself from the nobility. This is really good. This is by far my favorite part of Aglaya's saga so far. Why are those that appear so fair in fact ugly in truth? Why do faces unsightly contain souls cut from noble cloth? Why can the blind see the light, and why do those with eyes only see night? Okay, so she is developing a disdain for the nobility, but also I think detaching herself from it as well. The dying god remains silent. If you no longer have the power to see, then with my destiny, she grasps the burning core flame, all exchanged for eyes that can see everything. Warm liquid flows from her eyes that now see all. In that distance, she is sure that she saw the manifestation of beauty. Oh shit! Was this like her trial? Basically, like seeing the truth of the nobility and wanting, and through that experience, wanting the power to see like truth and, you know, beyond facade, and that is what gave her the demigod authority. Hey, Sage, welcome on in. Glad to have you back. How's it going? It seems similar to me to how Argenti thinks, but less unhinged. Yeah, I think so too. Argenti is like almost, he sees beauty in everything. Like he's an optimist is what the way I the way I see Argenti's character is. Like this, he understands that not everything is, you know, beautiful and good and perfect, right? But instead he chooses to see the good in everything, and it's what makes Argenti him. Obviously, the way he presents it, it's a bit unhinged, but ultimately, I think it's rooted from a good place, from a good heart. Aglaia is more realistic. She sees that what she thought used to be beautiful is in fact ugly in certain ways, and what she once thought was not quite as beautiful as before held beauty within. And so her now perspective on beauty has shifted to be more gray than black and white than it was before. And a big part of that is what makes up her character. Aglaia is a very gray character. Yeah, this is really, really good stuff. Sage, well, to be fair, Saridra is the leader of all the Crisis heirs, but she always seems to die too early and never sees the whole thing unfold. Aglaia then took her leadership role, so she should be her shy self in the cycle we are about to embark on. Yes, oh my god, Sage, you have no idea how desperately I hope we start from the start of the cycle. I want to see Aglaia from the beginning, like before she became the leader. Oh my god. That might be one of the things I'm most excited about in 3.5. I hope we start from the start, because we don't have confirmation on where where we are in the cycle. Like, are we gonna start from the very beginning and get to see Saridra and Heislands before they die? Or are we gonna start with Aglaia already? I think it's gonna be the former, because Saridra is obviously gonna have to play a role in the story. If she's dead, that's not gonna happen. So, but yeah, I want to see Aglaia before she stepped up to be a leader. Like the Aglaia that we saw in 3.4 with Tribi when Heislands tried to lay a trap for Kaslana, right? I want to see that Aglaia. I also want to see how Mighty-Mos and Finan, you know, truly first interact with one another and kind of see more of the friendship that they were building in 3.4 in the original cycle. How did Anaxa and Aglaia like develop their disdain towards one another? All that stuff I want to see. But I honestly don't think we're going to see too much of it. We are definitely at the very start. We should be planning to save all the Crisis heirs and also unite them. We should meet Anaxa maybe before he lost his sister. Ooh, that's cool. I forgot about that. I hope that happens as well. No, yeah, I want us to start from the very beginning. I also think we're going to start from the very beginning. It hasn't been fully confirmed yet, so we'll see. Amazing part of Aglaia's saga.
See the most delicate colors, the most distant contours. She can see the most secret desires, and through the most perfect liars.
But being able to see everything is the same as seeing nothing.
Yes.
Countless mirages and cacophony surround her with stimuli plenty, casting her into another kind of blindness overwhelming.
Yeah, this is a really good line to describe how Aglaia is basically slowly declined in her humanity. She is able to see beyond facade. She's able to see the truth of everyone. And because of that, because of how good her quote-unquote eyesight is, because she is technically blind, but she's able to view the entire world perfectly through her thread, right? But because she's able to see everything so perfectly and so truthful all the time, she becomes desensitized, right? Uh, it's one of those classic conundrums over, is lying good or not, right? Because lying is dishonest, right? And if you are dishonest, it can lead to misunderstanding, which can lead to conflict. But sometimes telling the truth all the time can also lead to conflict, right? So it's the constant question, right? It's very philosophical. Do you lie to protect someone's feelings, or do you tell them the truth and try to communicate through that interaction? But Aglaya doesn't have that choice. She is forced to see the truth always, and for that reason, her detachment from humanity is accelerated. Good stuff.
So she soaks herself in the bath.
Escapism.
The golden thread go beyond the palace. When the water drops on the thread, vibrate and shiver, she closes her eyes and listens to the echoes silently.
Did OBS crash? No, okay. I thought OBS crashed for a second there because the window completely minimized. I got really worried there for a bit.
She hears how a mother's feet were wounded for treading over too many stones, and is soaking her feet in the hot water bath. She hears children playing next to the pools, and someone is saying loudly,
I heard that the Golden Goddess also likes to visit the baths.
Yeah, Aglaya really liking baths is, looking back on it, thematically so well done, because it's one of the few moments she's able to basically reconvene with her humanity. It brings her comfort, it brings her relaxation. It basically gives her a moment of peace from basically what is constant anxiety and pressure from her role as leader, but also because of what her power does to her, because she's able to basically see everything in Akira. Sage, I can see Aglaya being the medicum for Sarage's trust in 3.5 because she won't trust us instantly, and neither will Heislands, like a race to save Saradra, but we have to be her first. That's interesting. The only thing that I can see kind of being conflict with that is Cyrene, because Cyrene is going to be with us, and I think Cyrene is going to be able to very easily get rid of problems, right? Like, oh, haha, I am power remembrance and stuff, and I am Chrysosair. So we'll see. But yeah, that would be pretty cool. But like I said, I don't think we're going to be investing too much time, unfortunately, in like redoing the flame chase journey and stuff. I think it's going to be like a sprint. Like, hey, okay, here's the problem with Amphoreus, and this is what we have to do, because we don't have a lot of time left. We've only got 3 more story patches before the end of Amphoreus. So I think the pacing is going to be fairly quick. Stevo, thing both FGO and HSR did very right, in my opinion, is depiction of passive truth detection as negative for mental health. Yes, I've heard a bit about that from Fate Go. I haven't played Fate Go ever, but I did hear from a little bit of the research that I did, there's a particular story arc. I think, is it the one with Artoria, Lancer Artoria? I'm not sure. I don't think it is, actually, now that I think about it. But basically, yes, basically constant exposure to the truth is highly debilitating for one's mental health, but more importantly, one's humanity, because that's the way it's presented here. Aglaya's mental health is declining, yes, but I think more dangerously is her humanity is declining. Those are 2 different things. Sage, sorry, I meant medium. No, yeah, I felt that. I think I read that as medium in my head.
she's used to bathing alone at the start of the hours of lucid or parting. Her golden hair spread in the water like a throne, like the scattered golden threads, wrapping her again in a cocoon. Janus's holy maiden silently walks over, scooping up water to wash the weaver's hair, as if cleansing the bough of a laurel tree. That is when the one who sees the core flame finally knows there's no difference between
Oh, interesting.
and a true
So now we're getting a perspective on her own divine existence.
Only in this heavy heat can temporarily flow, and let this golden butterfly feel a fleeting warmth, just as she had once touched her own face.
Oh, that's a great way to describe it.
Eyes will ever produce.
That is a great way to describe it.
Teacher, I had a dream.
She recounts, like a young girl on a whim. The sound of the water repels all disruptions and speech. She dreamed
Oh, sorry.
how she was a naive, noble girl, ignorant of the world. She dreamed of the countless nights when she worked in the courtyards she weaved. She dreamed of being before the vine-covered temple where the wind blew by in a violent stream. Lastly, she dreamed of the prophecy that she heeded, how the ancient sound came through the 1,000 waves and could not be heard
Whoa.
in her dream.
So basically, recounting everything we've been through so far. That naive, noble girl, ignorant to the ways of the world and to the nobility. Suffering, right? Working her way back, and then later becoming a demigod, and her focus being on the prophecy. It's Lostabelt 6 with Artoria. Oh, so I was right, kind of. I'm not completely sure if it is with Artoria Caster. Okay, so not Artoria Lancer. Okay, my bad. I did not remember precisely. But hey, pretty good for someone who's never played FGO, huh?
Birds are always chittering.
The children of Akuma like these kinds of songs.
I wish I could. I wish this was on auto. Is this auto?
Why not
Okay, perfect.
trust in the promise of an era Chrysia unending? Like how children believe in fairy tales passed down unceasing. But will the dawn device truly shine forever? Will the voices of songbirds not one day turn hoarse? In the golden bath in times gone by, she pierced her eyes, for she saw the all too dazzling future of everyone. That future was nothing compared to false promises. The gods have already determined her destiny and her passing. She knew. She has long known.
If only she knew just how cruel it was, though. Like, it was cruel in her mind, but imagine, oh my god, I kind of want Aglaya to, like, find out about, like, the true truth of Amphoreus, like, with Lygus and Iotube and Finan and everything. Like, her realization that everything she did is mostly futile in the grand scheme of things must be so soul-crushing. Like, I kind of want to see that, but, like, I also kind of don't because I like Aglaya. I don't want her to be soul-crushed, but that'd be really interesting.
The red-haired child appears worried.
You are aware of everyone's fate, yet never speak of your own future.
The child who passes along the prophecy understands that to lay such a heavy weight
Oh, yeah.
on one person
I mean, aside from
is comparable to the dawn the world-bearing Titan's shoulders.
aside from like the actual like tangible fact that Kefli is giving Akuma light, which really he wasn't. It was Cypher who was, after a certain period of time, casting light upon Akuma that protected them from the Black Tide. Really, Aglaya was playing the role of Kefli for the majority of the time. She was single-handedly the person responsible for keeping Amphoreus safe from the Black Tide.
There's only one future to weave magnificent clothes for others.
She takes the children's hands, inviting them into the pools, intending to use warm water to wash away their concerns. Yes, before the toll of the bell that announces the hour,
Oh,
before the meeting to
this is
judge
really
if
good.
the chase begins. Do not waste the rare good
This is really good. I love this line right here.
languid waves.
Do not waste the few moments of reprieve that she has.
She mutters as destiny slumbers in her arms.
The one that wears this elegant attire in the future must bear the weight of the silk threads.
And well, you have no idea, Goliath, that the weight that Finan carried. Yet Finan might be the only person in all of Amphoreus that probably held a burden even heavier than a Goliath. Or Kaslana, technically, not Finan, but you two were peas in a pod. You guys both took on a very heavy responsibility for a very long period of time. Finance just was on steroids. Really great stuff. I really enjoy that. I mean, Aglaya's character is probably one of the few. No, one. Aglaya's character is one of the characters I am most biased towards. I have liked her. I didn't like her from the very beginning, like when she got dream marketed. But from the moment I watched the very first Amphoreus trailer, I was locked in on Aglaya. I was like, okay, this is going to be one of my favorite characters if they execute her writing correctly. And for the most part, yeah, I liked her from the very start. I was getting a bit worried towards the end of 3.1, 3.2, like around that time, that they weren't going to take her character direction in another way, or they were going to expand upon it even further. But they did in 3.3, and I'm so glad they did in 3.3. Oh my god, thank god. Because they were going to waste such an amazing character if they didn't do the stuff they did in 3.3. But instead, we have an amazing character that I think really, really did her job well within the story of Amphoreus. Alright. That's Aglaya. Next is her partner in arms, Tribi. Okay. Anaxagoras is still my favorite character in this arc. Anaxagoras, really? Huh. Is it because you like the lore bomb sage, or do you like what his character meant thematically? Like, you know, the pursuit of knowledge for the benefit of all, essentially. But Anaxagoras' theme is like really interesting. It's like this pursuit of knowledge for the benefit of others, but also in juxtaposition to his own personal passion and pride for the pursuit of knowledge as well. He's kind of like this two-factored character that really works. I like that his tragedy left him to understand the world better than anyone, but he's still shackled by the world and system. That is also a big part of his character, yeah, but that's less, I think, what I was thinking, like character arc, and more like external. Because his character is very tragic. But, I mean, what Chrysos heir doesn't have a tragic story? I guess maybe Hyacinth isn't all that tragic. No, Hyacinth is still pretty tragic. I also think he's very soft and deep down. Yes, 1000%. He's a tsundere. He is a tsundere for sure. He cares about finance. You want to know why the easiest way to tell Anaxagoras is deep down, like actually very caring and considerate? The fact that right before he died, he was able to reconcile with Aglaya. Like, even in that moment, they were bantering a bit back and forth. But like the very first thing that he's about to die, what's his priority? His priority is making sure that he is able to find some common ground with Aglaya. He wants to end their relationship on a good note. Yeah, Anaxagoras is a big softy. Hyacinth is the least tragic, but still tragic. Still tragic, I would say. Yeah. And I think that's what makes her character so powerful, is that Hyacinth is the least tragic, still a tragic life, let's make that very clear. But despite probably having the least tragic story of all the Chrysos heirs, she still understands their tragedy probably better than anyone. Hyacinth is very empathetic and very understanding of all the Chrysos heirs, their tragedies, and how they've changed because of their tragedies, and does her best to help them and to give them relief and potentially, like she says, like the hope to move on. So what makes her character so good. It also what made that moment in 3.4 when she was succumbing to the Black Tide with Kaslana so powerful. That was easily, out of the 3 bosses that you face, Mighty, Castoris, and Hyacinth, hers was, I think, the most powerful. Okay. In a corner of Akama, the newly arrived traveler stops for a moment. He rubs his eyes. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 identical children? So this is Tribi, this is Trian, this is Trinan. Stranger, welcome to the Holy City. We will show you the way forward. High Priest, please guide us once again as we spread our wings on this long journey. Hello! Do you need our help? Like torches dancing in the wind, the children illuminate the alley. The citizens call them the 3 pillars of Akama, yet they simply shake their heads. There's no need to be so somber. How about we play a game together? Yeah, Tribi, beyond being like, you know, the person who received the prophecies and her ability to open the gate, she was, out of all the Chrysos heirs, probably the one that had the most positive relationship with the general citizens. I'm trying to think, because Finan also to a certain extent, Hyacinth we don't really get to see it, but probably as well. And Exagris also clearly cared about the general folk. Well, every single one of the Chrysos heirs had a relationship with people of Akama, but some of them were, you know, it was more transactional. It was like Aglaya, for example. Aglaya, whenever she interacted with the citizens of Akama, she had to put on, you know, the face of a leader, right? Not to say that they weren't close, but Tribi, Trinan, and Trian were probably the most genuine and sincere Chrysos heirs of the people of Akama. Guess who we are? The 3 soared and landed in front of the townsfolk. You're Trian, an old man says. No, we're Trinan. Trinan is the quietest of the trio. Are you Trinan? A young girl asks. Wrong! We're actually Trian. Trian is the most spirited of the trio. Then you must be Tribi, a child shouts. You're right. Good job. Tribi is as enthusiastic as she is adorable. It matters not whether they can tell the truth. Part of most importance is their sincere smiles. There we go. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the Tribi was vital to the people of Akama because she was the one that exchanged with the people of Akama the most sincerely and the most positively. It's the reason why she is the person out of all the Chrysos heirs to take the initiative and say, hey, we haven't done a good enough job with the people of Akama. Dissent is growing, and we've mostly been detached from them, not listening to their worries and concerns. We need to tell them the truth. Let's tell them the prophecy. Let's be honest with them. Let's be transparent with them. And the reason why she was transparent was because the fact of her that she had the closest relationship with the citizens of Akama. She felt comfortable, whereas the other Chrysos heirs maybe didn't. We will show you the path to take. The children fly ahead, guiding the lost back to the main road. So you literally show people the right path to take. You're lucky you merely took a wrong turn. The children flew before me. It was rare to see them so quiet. However, there are many more unfortunate souls who have lost their direction in life. So yeah, I guess this is like touching on the fact that despite how positive and sincere Tribby is, she's seen some shit. Yeah, she is not naive. She understands the reality of their situation and still chooses to be positive in the face of it, which is what makes her so likable. Stevo, morale booster as well. Yes, definitely a morale booster. From the moment that Trian dies is pretty much the spark of the Chrysos heirs becoming more and more depressed with time. That's sad. And also that is also like really like that must be so difficult to live with, right? Imagine you are just existing, right? But one of your other selves experiences such a strong stimulus and you just start crying or just start laughing or just start smiling uncontrollably. Perhaps we should tell you some happy tales instead. The child wipes away her tears of reminiscence. Our greatest talent is performing Amphoreus' nursery rhymes, but those nursery rhymes have been told over and over that any literate child could recite them by heart. How rude, the child gently flicks my forehead. You should be reflecting on the nursery rhymes author's heartfelt intentions instead. In this lush land by God's chosen, giants raise their glasses in a toast. Yes. How dangerous, an old man worriedly wishes the children to stop. Not Trinan, the quiet child shakes her head. That's Trian, the exuberant child braces her hands. Ah, stop nagging, the mischievous child pouts. Can't I just play with something that I've created? Initially, there were many more of us. The others have merely gone one step ahead. Oh, are you telling me that they still, every once in a while, they just go and cry because of the people, the other themselves that they've lost? Oh, come on. I don't need more depression. They are all that remains of one another. Their senses intertwine their souls in communion. Communion is a very interesting word to use, but it is fairly accurate. We've been streaming for over an hour already? Holy fuck, I need to speed this up. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to split. Actually, I don't think there's any way we're gonna be able to do all this in one. I'm probably gonna have to do two parts of this. We'll go as long as we can, and then once I start getting tired and hungry, because I have not eaten dinner yet, then we'll stop and then we will continue probably in a different stream. Tribius, you have already swallowed the fruit of fate. From now on, you shall be as a school of birds without feet, flying towards tomorrow without a moment of repose. The Chrysos wars, clamor rises and falls, and when the children reunite, only three remain. Oh, so they lost everyone in the war. So at once, not over time, but because of that conflict, a lot of the Tribbies that used to make up Tribios died. And so Tribby, Trian, and Trinan were, for the most part, together for a long period of time. They basically just lost a large majority of themselves at once because of the war. Sage, I just hope we remove a lot of the tragedies in 3.5, starting with ID's Elysiae. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. And if we don't, when all is said and done and we defeat Iron Tomb and Finan ascends as the Lord Ravager instead, hopefully we can recreate Amphoreus to be a real planet and recreate it in a way to where they can live an easy life. We have heard of a Chrysos heir, the lively child says. Ooh. Who is she referring to here? Ciliosi, maybe? Because of this? They say crusading Chrysos heir. Yeah, probably Ciliosi, right? Because she goes to the sky, she becomes Aquila, and then she never comes back. And because of the lack of Ciliosi's influence, the rest of the Chrysos heirs basically start to rebel against one another and conflict arises. We remember a group of bards, the taciturn child says. We miss us, the exuberant child says. Yeah? And then they lost most of them in the war. We will run towards the world's agony. The children cheer each other up. As the years pass and the sun and the moon rise and fall, the children often hear sounds of their friends shattering. Shattering is a very descriptive word to use. Farewell, farewell, farewell. The children who still walk the earth silently hide their retching sobs. Bro, stop. I don't need to read about Tribby, the most positive Chrysos heir, had depression that she was hiding this whole time. Because of the fact that so many of her siblings or other selves died. The children pull on the hem of the maiden's dress. Please listen to the prophecy ring. The maiden pulls on her silken threads, weaving in her heart the children's past strings. I'm guessing this is Aglaia, because of the weaving here. And this is like the formation of Akama. Chase the core flames with me, I promise that. Yeah, I think this is like kind of Tribby and Aglaia basically coming together as the leading Chrysos heirs, forming Akama's the last bastion of Amphoreus. Stevo, to be honest, even if we succeed at preventing most tragedies, making Amphoreus a physical place, and then finally replacing Iron Tomb in ascending, Amphoreus will face a lot of scrutiny from the cosmos as the birthplace of a new Lord Ravager that's somehow still standing. Well, I think that's true, but also I think a big reason why it won't be that concerning is, number one, people aren't gonna have the balls to like try to like do anything about that scrutiny, because number one, Lord Ravager, right? So even if people have scrutiny and suspicion and disdain towards Amphoreus, they're not gonna act on it, because Amphoreus will have Finan, most likely, right? We theorize, and they're not going to want to like quote unquote like anger Finan, right? But more importantly is that Astral Express will probably vouch for Amphoreus the same way that we vouch for Bellabong, right? But also I think another thing is, if Finan essentially confirms himself as a Lord Ravager that is against Nanook, I think most people would welcome that as well. To me, what's more interesting, Stevo, is people that would want to take advantage of Amphoreus. Like, once Amphoreus is over, right, and we think Amphoreus is going to become real, like, does the IPC come in, right? Are they going to want a piece of the pie? Same with like the Garden of Remembrance. Like, does the Garden of Remembrance want something post Amphoreus story? Like, it's, to me, it's not, you know, whether Amphoreus is going to be in conflict with the other factions in the Star Rail universe, is how are they going to essentially retain their autonomy? How are they going to essentially fit within the universe? Sage, a Lord Ravager will be born no matter what. The problem with Amphoreus being a real planet is that certain groups won't be happy that they can't use it. Yeah, exactly. That they can't use it anymore for their own devices. It's like, I can see the Guard of Remembrance like being frustrated that they can't use the simulation anymore, and instead go to Amphoreus trying to recreate that in some way. All right, back to the trivia story. So I think this is Tribios and her mother again. Ooh. Ooh, wait. Is this referring to Finan? I think it is. Or I guess Kaslana, but, well. Or maybe it's referring to Kaus, right? The previous, quote-unquote, world bearer. Yeah, this whole part of the story in 3.1 was so good. Depressing, but really good. To see how Trian, or not Trian, to see how Tribios and her mother were basically just imprisoned. Oh my god. Spiked. Damn. That was unexpected, but that really works. Yet she leaves her final warmth and hope embroidered into those dolls, leaving them behind for her innocent love. Loneliness stakes nightmares into the child's sleep, and the child hugs those dolls tight. At the very least, we will never leave each other, right? Oh, that's depressing as fuck. Ornyx wanted to help. Oh. Turn back, chosen one, the Titan's fading proclamation. Cannot pull back the string of the girl's destiny. All shall bid farewell to one. That person alone will witness the miracle. Yeah. In the holy city adorned with falling flowers, the children recall that prophecy beside their friend that has passed away. But the girl has already passed through thousands of crossroads and continues to sail toward tomorrow. Oh, for that bright spot beyond in the end of the west is the end of the west wind where flowers bloom in spring. Sage, there is also the word that they'll have to have an easier time taking the scepter for themselves. Well, I think the scepter is going to be destroyed by the end of Amphoreus. Like, physically. Like, the scepter has a physical body. It is a supercomputer, a planet-sized supercomputer. I think at the end, we were either ourselves through, like, the power of friendship, or finding it's going to be like, bam, and just destroy just destroy the scepter for good. Or maybe they use the scepter to create Amphoreus for real, and then they destroy the scepter.
The solemn council is still filled with clamor. Future's destiny still whirls in discussion.
Got a drink of water?
And candor. To discard the city and save oneself, or to chase the flames that waver. None know the choice that would lead them to a place better.
I fear, how can mere mortals defy the gods.
I worry. How can mortal bodies reforge the world anew?
See?
I suspect that the prophecy is simply a rumor.
This is the kind of discontentment that we saw in
In the
3.1.
distant past, the Holy Maiden brought the first prophecy to all city-states.
Hearken to the sounds that the doors whisper.
In the name of God's proper hope she will give to humanity. Though she falls into confusion, she will bring guidance to this world in vigor.
Overthrow the gods, it declared.
Of the previous journey, she will always remain aware. The Queen of Laws lifted the flag to
Saridra.
see flames flare. The tripartite prophecy guided all the world's heroes, all who dared. And building a new world was their oath of yesteryear. The earth roared for them. The tides surged for them.
So this is like the
Scales of
the way
destiny
Tribios
shaped
initiated the start of the flame chase with Saridra.
The core flames of the Titans rested here, while the blood of companions congealed over there. The child led one hero after another to their end, but no end awaits her. No rest to prepare.
Teacher, do not hesitate.
The
God,
weaving
Aglaya's
poet
voice is so
brushes
fucking
aside
good. It's so
the child's
rich.
tears.
The world still walks on the path you indicate.
The prophecy still stands, even if the actors now different faces wear.
Restore the core flames, it declared.
The solemn council is still filled with clamor. Future's destiny still whirls.
I mean, this is describing essentially,
To stop right
we're not describing, it's foreshadowing
or to
what happened in
continue
3.1.
work still
It looks like people were initially skeptical of the flame chase,
would lead them to a place
which rightfully so.
Stop. We only wish to live life as it is.
And well,
Cease. Our achievements already stand tall.
Rest up! We only wish to live in peace and prosperity.
The discussions today are the same as those in times past. Retreating now will forever deny us the future. The child has already conquered her confusion and fear. No longer before the mists of fate will she cower.
Hearken to the sounds that the doors whisper.
She travels through myriad passages, burning with determination to once again bring light to humans.
yeah, I mean this tribute to this is describing tribute basically to a T.
The children fly into the streets, wishing to encourage
Right.
the residents' faith.
They face the
Peanut
people
Afraid,
sincerely.
We will
They're not-
definitely bring you to a new
They're not afraid to be transparent,
Lady Treaty, Lady Trian, please.
not afraid to have difficult conversations,
not
very
worry.
optimistic. Yet at the same time, they still suffer from a lot inside,
The matron
which they
wipes
hide away.
the tears on the children's faces. The praying ones piously bless them in faith. The lost ones take the children's hands, just as the prophecy guides their path.
Bear the divine authority, it declared. Quiet Trinan has little to say. Lively Trian loves to play. And well-behaved Treevy roams around all day.
The people's encouragement rings sincere. The Chrysos heir's companionship lasts through the years, and mother's embrace brings
Aw.
out every dream.
At least a happy ending to this
Child
saga.
understands. Thus the child accepts, though countless farewells on her shoulders weigh. destiny's blood dries like clay.
There's
There
hope.
will always
Right.
be passageways filled with warm sun rays that silently open to them in future and past days. And from them, a voice says,
Forge miracles, it declared.
Oh, the picture. That's so cute. I actually really like the way they ended that. That was nice. And a very a very realistic but also I think mature take on optimism and pushing past, you know, the traumatic experiences that you've had in your past. Still having pain from them, still crying for because of those traumatic experiences, but processing that emotion and understanding, you know, that, you know, days keep going and, you know, Tribby has taken on a responsibility and she wants to approach it as positively and as optimistically as she can. Great. Also very, very good. The two that we've done so far have been fantastic. Oh. Sage, I think it'll be something like the scepter can make the simulation real at the cost of breaking down. The member keepers will dislike this outcome. That could be it. I think that'd be pretty cool. The only reason I think I might say that might not happen is the scepter is Iron Tomb. Like, we know that. That is confirmed now. The supercomputer is Iron Tomb. So I've said this before. I think I said that last time. I think Iron Tomb will actually have this large physical body. The scepter will transform into like, just, I don't know, like a big mech. And we will then fight that large physical body and destroy. So, who knows? But that could certainly be it as well. What I do agree with you, Sage, is that the Memo Keepers at the end of Amphoreus are going to be pissed. That I agree with 1000%. I think the faction of the Garden of Remembrance that Black Swan spoke about in 3.2? 3.1? I don't remember. But the faction that she spoke about in either 3.1 or 3.2, they're not going to be happy at all. And I actually think they might retaliate. So, okay. So now we've got Mighty, right? Mighty is next. Actually, before we get into Mighty, I'm going to go take a quick restroom break. I'm not even going to go to the Be Right Back overlay. It's going to be very fast. I'll be right back, guys. You know, maybe I shouldn't drink a whole bottle of water before I start stream, so that way I don't have to go to the bathroom in the middle of it. Alright, sorry about that, guys. But nature called. Alright. Now we do Mighty, which I'm excited about, because I think Mighty is going to be more focused on his actual character. Or maybe his potentially, like, the story of Mighty before he, you know, went to Akuma. Sage, let's say that Kasana took over Iron Tomb and Trailblazer is now an admin like Lygus. I think that power will be a choice with Trailblazer and Kasana after beating Lygus. That could be it as well, yeah. Who knows? I think it all depends. For me, I think it's going to depend on when the Lygus boss fight is. If it's in 3.5, then I think Iron Tomb is going to be a much larger challenge. If it's in 3.6, then yeah, I think I think Iron Tomb could probably he could probably be more of what you said, like more a means to an end rather than a large antagonistic figure. Because we still have 3 story patches yet. Because to me, the way I see it is, okay, when is Iron Tomb gonna take center stage? Because he has to, right? He is the thing that Amphoreus revolves around. He has to be a boss fight of some kind, right? So when is the antagonistic force gonna shift from Lygus to Iron Tomb? Is it next patch or 3.6? If it's next patch, I think Iron Tomb is gonna be a more grand boss fight in 3.7 that I think is gonna end up with the Scepter's destruction. If Lygus's boss fight is in 3.6, like I think it's going to be, then maybe 3.7, yeah, like it's more that Kaslana kind of overwrites Iron Tomb. I think the next weekly boss after Aquila will be Iron Tomb. Probably, yeah. Because they usually, how many story patches does it take for the, like, between weekly bosses? It's like 3 or 4, right? So considering Aquila was 3.3, Iron Tomb is going to be 3.7, most likely. That'll be the new weekly boss. 3. Then maybe 3.6, but like then we'll need an antagonist for 3.7. So who knows? Who knows? All right, Mighty. Among the soldiers, there was a famed city-state, Kremnos, a place every warrior longed for. There is no glory to be found in an accolade only obtainable through slaughter. God, I love that Mighty ended up being not like this just like hot-headed berserker character, but a like intelligent, emotionally mature, just warrior. Huh. He managed to survive all that. Even the god of death turned him away. An immortal body, a gift bestowed upon the man. A blessing, yet also his curse. Jesus Christ. Arrogant amateur historian, he sees straight through my pretense, his gain as keen and piercing a lion's. This is pomegranate. I was thinking about saying is how literal is this? I guess not that literal. But I do believe that some people probably did drink fresh blood from Kremnoan. From Crassum Kremnos. Yet the tip of that spear was directed at his own homeland. Yes, it was, and very willingly. Mightymos, a hero of yore, now a traitor to Kremnos, the patricidal crown prince. So, spoilers again for my eventual character ranking stream. For the longest time, pretty much until this most recent story patch, you guys know, in my imaginary audience, Mightymos was my favorite Crisis Heir, my favorite Amphoreus character. Now, things have changed. Again, spoilers for my character ranking stream, but he is still. I have such a pride in my love for Mightymos. Like I take pride in the fact that I love Mightymos as much as I do. The torrent of conquest crosses the barrens, yet with Homeland's blood it is destined to be stained. Yeah, I mean, the path of a warrior is a very isolated one. Like, it is very much glorified, and sure, if you go to war, you have your comrades, you have your partners in war, and you can find comfort and companionship there. But when you return from war or you return from some sort of battle and you start to try to find your place in the world amongst the common citizens, most of the time, I think a lot of, well, not most of the time, some of them will praise you as a hero, but some of them will see you as a murderer, and they're going to be scared to interact with you in any capacity. Hey, Sukin Bula, thanks for following, man. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. And well, we're just having a good time watching as I've written, and reading as I've written. I've been holding back on this, and I'm really excited to get into it. Sage 3.7 could be interlude and aftermath in the choice of Amphoreus' fate. That's true. That is true, Sage. That said, I don't know if I want that, Sage. I don't think they can wrap up Amphoreus' story in 2 story patches. I don't. I want them to use all 3. If we're going to have an aftermath / interlude, just do it in 3.7. Just have it at the end. Sukine Buta or Sukine Bula, please tell me how I should pronounce your name, because I would like to get it right. But if you notice, Finan changed to a Kaslana in Saga of Heroes, I think people would miss it. Wait, really? Hold on. Oh! That is cool. Like I said, I haven't done this pretty much since it first came to me in 3.0. I have saved all of the Saga of Heroes for this moment right here, for this stream. Yeah, we have 4 more Crisis Heirs to meet and develop. Indeed. We have a lot to do still. I would want them to take all 3 story patches. Name's Suki. Many people miss it, so yeah, okay. Thank you for clarifying, because I had to clarify it with my boy Stevo. And Sage, I think I get your name right, but if you want me to call you Hollowed Sage completely or Hollowed Sage 99, please let me know. Whatever you'd like to be called, by all means, just let me know. Just want to get it right. Alright, back to Minimos. So we got this already, yep. Oh, gee, mighty. Oh my god. No wonder Mighty is so adverse to war and to suffering like that. He's seen it. It's pretty much been his entire life. His years of drifting made him detest water's waves. They say that is the reason he is so unwilling to weep. Oh. Is Saga of Heroes just going to be a reminder of how depressing all the lives of the Crisis Heirs were? I cannot even imagine Mighty like breaking down and crying. That is just so like unbelievable to me. But I believe it. I believe in this man's suffering and what he went through before we met him. SCM. SCM. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, Sage. It's probably an abbreviation of some kind, but I am not well cultured at all, so my bad. Suki, it can be a tool for rewrite the story. Absolutely. There are many tools in Amphoreus that could rewrite the story or narrative and the world. Amphoreus has been very cleverly written in ways to allow extreme story flexibility. Like, Amphoreus can go in many different directions with its narrative, and it would be believable every single time. A blade that can cut through the mighty must be enough to slay gods. The people to this day still seek it, yet it is simply a tradition he follows closely. Basically, feign Fake it till you make it, almost. The stories of the past forge his body. Apart from Kremnos' traditions, what do you have left? The white-haired friend once asked. Of course, Finan is a part of Mighty's saga. That is why I walk on this path. Oh, God, do I love this fucking character. Oh, I knew Mighty was gonna be one of my favorites, but I didn't think he would be the favorite. Up until recently. Spoilers for my character rankings. Sage is fine. Also, what if 3.5 and 3.6 were the longest parts of the story? 3.4 was by far the shortest. Yes. Okay. Thank you for clarifying, Sage. Yeah, I really hope 3.5 and 3.6 are long. Because I genuinely do think that we are getting to the point with Amphoreus to where I am a bit worried about the pacing of the story. And that's crazy to say, like, oh, we have 3 story patches left. Yeah, we have 3 story patches left. But think about how much more story there is to tell still. There is a lot. And so, like, keep this in mind. The Astral Express, the rest of the Astral Express, Himiko, Welt, and Sunday, they're still not on Amphoreus. Like, those 3 and Dan Heng and March still need to have their presence in the narrative. So they're going to show up at one point, and they're going to be important, and that's going to take time. And then we still need to get through Lygus. We still need to get through Iron Tomb. There's still stuff with Herder and Skrulin that probably needs to be addressed. There's still stuff with Serager and Hysolins and Terravox and like so many different things. Like, there's still a lot to do left, and there's only 3 story patches. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting the way they handle it. That was the first meeting between Hero and Prince. Chuma and Mott fought for 10 nights unceasingly till the combat drew to its end. Neither was able to score a single victory and conceded not a single defeat. Huh. So this is detailing their first meeting. Basically like what we saw in 3.4. Well, they did a trial. It was not mutual appreciation, nay, for in his memories 7 sentences were all his mother to him ever spake. Yet somehow, that leader who weaves the golden threads recounted one of the 7 with ease. Oh, Aglaya! I wonder if this is an angle of Aglaya actually, like, through her powers or through some unknown means, was able to, quote his mother, or I wonder if this is another angle, which I actually like better. I wonder if Aglaya reminded Mighty of his mother. And that's why Mighty was always fond of Aglaya. Because I spoke about this in one of my early Amphoreus streams. Mighty and Aglaya were always, they always got along really well. They respected one another greatly. They understood each other, and they worked really well together. So it's really interesting to read this. Sage 3.4 felt like an epilogue and prologue, to be honest. Yeah, it did, didn't it? 1000%. I don't know how they did it. It felt nostalgic, but also brand new. I felt closure and also excitement for what's to come. Very well written, but also like, I don't know what to expect. I hope it's all good. I trust Hoyoverse. I think they've prepared the Amphoreus and they've planned for it extensively, and I think the writing is pretty good. I do expect it to be a little bit rushed, but I think it's going to be fine. Pentaconi was rushed at the end, and it was still amazing. So I think the rest of Amphoreus is going to be really solid. Suki. Since we going back to where Seridra and Hysens exist, we hope to meet them in the future. Basically, the Chrysos heirs we meet in 3.0 are done. I wonder what changed because Kasana has tried to make a deal with them. It works, but could there be better? Well, the Chrysos heirs, as we know them in 3.0, yes, they are for the most part gone. But they're going to be the same Chrysos heirs, Aglaya, Tribi, Mighty, etc. So I think eventually what's probably going to happen is they're going to regain their memories in some way. I don't think the Chrysos heirs that we developed a friendship with, developed a dynamic with, it would be kind of stupid from a storytelling perspective to do away with that. I think at first, yes, we are going to meet all of the Chrysos heirs. We're going to introduce ourselves. We're going to have to regain their trust, but some narrative device later, maybe in 3.5, maybe in 3.6, 3.7, who knows? But I do think the Chrysos heirs are going to remember who we are eventually. I think if they don't, there would be a lot of buildup for very little emotional pain. Sage, no, because Lygus guaranteed Finon, they would be the same as 3.0 versions. True, but the one who starts a journey with Seridra itself. Yeah, I think you guys are. You guys understand the same thing, but you're just communicating about different things. I think, yes, it's the same Chrysos heirs that we know and love, but their memories aren't going to be there. They're not going to understand who we are, right? We're starting the journey again from the beginning. Most likely, that still hasn't been confirmed, that we all think that's the case, right? We're going to start the journey, we're going to start the cycle from zero. I think, though, that eventually, at some point in the future of Amphoreus, all the Chrysos heirs are going to regain their memories of the cycle that we spent with them. But at first, they're not going to know who we are. There is no right or wrong in man's heart. The lion has its own historian, and the history of the hunts should not be held by the hunter alone, and thus he speaks little. Ooh, I love that line. Others once guessed he regards the holy city as his home, for he seeks a land to belong. As the king to his people, it is the first to gift to them he brings, but as per the rule with gifts, once given away, the gifter will never repossess this thing. Oh, these 2 pages hit hard. It really goes to show how selfless of a man Mightymouse is, because he is a very selfless person. And he is also a very emotionally, I think, stable person, even though he has gone through a lot. This is very poetic. Even insects consume each other, and he's no less than a mad king's kin. That is a very untrue, and you are being very judging at the moment. Yeah, not once did Mightymouse ever cause any harm towards Akama. Not once. And for him to deal with that impression of himself and just accept it because of the life that he's lived is incredibly sad and unfortunate, but very mature of him again. Remembrance will be crucial then. Yes, absolutely. It's definitely going to be something tied to the remembrance stage. Like, could it be March? Could it be Black Swan? Is it going to be Cyrene? Who knows? No, I have not gone. Well, I kind of did, Suki. At the end of 3.4, I kind of went through the Change Me 13.exe, but not in detail. We're gonna do that. That's what we're doing now. We're going through all of As I've Written. The problem is, I thought I was gonna be able to do all of this in a single stream. I no longer think that because we are almost 2 hours into the stream, and I'm still on Mightymouse. So I think we're going to split this into 2 parts, and then in the second part, we will go through the Change Me 13.exe. To die for glory is not eternal sleep. This is a lie all Castrum Crimnos keeps. The world after death is superior to reality and basks in light. Oh, interesting. So a lot of the people in Castrum Kremnos believed in the afterlife. Oh, okay. That contextualizes their affinity for dying in glory a bit better. But again, Mighty Most is a bit more cynical about that. Because yeah, don't glorize death, please. Glorify death. Cowards who dare not to look death in the eye, he declared thus on the day he returned from the stream of souls, longing for a martyr's heaven and reciting self-deceiving stories. His words are sacrilege reincarnate, more arrogant than his blood and family. True warriors should treat that paradise with spite. I love this. This is so good. How his beliefs contrast the beliefs of the traditions of his people, and he remains steadfast within them because of what he has seen through his experiences with war. For someone, as I've said before, this is a rule of mine within my streams. I don't like to get too interpersonal with my life and what my beliefs are and such. But for a moment, I will make an exception. I'm not all that religious. I'm not going to get into details, but not a very religious person. If you are, by all means, that's more than fine, right? If you believe in some type of religion, all power to you. I'm happy that you are able to believe in something like that. And in some ways, I'm also envious. But I'm not all that religious. So this is something that we see in real life, right? The difference in perspective towards death for someone that is not religious and someone that is. But this is different, right? This is not religion. This is more tradition, I think. And seeing how Mighty, who is more cynical about death, be more wary about death and sees the true horrors of death versus someone who is traditionally like, in real life religious, but in the game, maybe traditional, more loyal to Kremnos tradition and how they glorify death. It's interesting to see the difference and contrast between both. Sage, he's so preservation coded. Wish it was his gameplay path. Yeah, I think a little bit, but like honestly, I think it'd be boring if it was preservation. I really like Mightymo's and the way he plays. I know a lot of people dislike his auto battle system. And honestly, I get that because I don't think it makes a lot of sense mechanically, right? And also thematically. Because I think the reason the Star Rail team made Mighty Moose, have an autoplay is because they're like, oh, he's like a berserker. Or he loses control of himself and he just starts fighting on his own, right? That is not true at all. Mighty Moose is not berserker coded what in any way. He is very controlled within himself, emotionally stable. Like he's aggressive, yes, but he is always in control of that aggressiveness and anger. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense thematically to make a kit that is berserker-ish. That said, I think for me personally, it is kind of cool. I play on auto a lot, so that's why. Suki, the Mighty we know wants Castrum Kranos to change its way in thinking. I don't quite remember, but it is something. Yes, absolutely. It feels like they designed his gameplay before character. Yes, I agree. I think Mighty Mouse was designed after his kit was created in the first place. I fully agree with that. A body immortal equals not perfection, the man brave, dangerous, and less simply to seek his weakness. Immortality is more so a curse than I think a blessing. Therefore, a traitor who does not inherit the throne is a king most infirm. As the protagonist hears these words, he refutes not but openly responds. These are not rumors unfound, but will they matter if my deeds eclipse those of all other kings achieving glory beyond? Well said. Never turning back in war, he seizes all our glory. That rumor in the war camp of fury often casts a shadow on the man's heart, indestructible and fiery. Oh, he would go to fight on his own, because he knows that if he does, he can save lives. And that still people followed him, even if he didn't want them to follow. Oh, that is so tragic. His efforts to save lives just fall on deaf ears because of the Cronoan tradition. Your glory lies not in death, but in my hands. But and in order to cope with it, well, maybe not cope, but in order to accept their deaths, he chooses to carry on their legacies within himself. Oh, it's so good. I love this fucking man. I love him so much. A question seems to sound from shadows of the past around. Did you already walk that flame-chasing road, O king? I mean, yeah. Atop the throne, the man mutters alone. There is nothing else worthy of the hunt, for I am the blazing fire at the journey's end. What an amazing fucking character.
As always, to perceive the man's fury, one must do so 7,000 paces away. The Kremnos he guards is once again shrouded by mist. Rust, blood, and fire are the ceremonial ode to the demigod. There is no one to witness or to give cheers of glory. The final Kremnos festival goes on without end.
Who is this? This is not Mighty. I'm guessing this is Mighty. Sage, he's a tank against the Black Tide, and he's all alone on his throne to protect everyone. Oh, yeah. All alone. And he does it willingly. And he understands... Well, my favorite part about that, what you just said, Sage, and Mighty's perspective on it, is Mighty knows how much he's suffering, and yet takes it in stride. It's similar to Finan and Kaslana, but in a different way. Both are so emotionally charged for different reasons, I think. With Finan and Kaslana, I just feel so fucking bad for them. I empathize with their situation so extremely, right? Because they suffered to such an extreme extent. You just can't help but feel bad for them. Because they show their suffering so well. They communicate their suffering to us so well. With Mighty, it's like Mighty has come to terms with his suffering. And he's accepted it, and he fights against it and sees it as part of himself. And to me, I feel for him and I empathize with him, but more so than that, I respect him. I respect Mighty and what he's been able to make of his life, despite everything that's happened to him. Like to me, Mighty feels like someone who has like completed therapy. Almost. Like I was so shocked. He feels so well within himself. It really is such a unique character direction that I didn't expect for them to take with Mighty. Stevo, immortality being a curse was practically beaten into our heads in 1.0. Cienjo, yes, absolutely. Star Rail has taken a stance on immortality, and for the most part, it is a negative. There have been parts that have hinted that the abundance might not be all bad, right? But for the most part, from what we've seen so far, immortality is more a curse than it is a blessing. The same thing with Blade, same thing with Mighty. Like, immortality in Star Rail has been framed as a very negative thing. Suki, so like preservation. He is even interested in preservation of a fine and trailblazer and mighty talk. Oh yeah. Well, in general, I think he was interested in the eons and the path system in general. But yeah, I think preservation is the one he uses as an example. Sage, what I think can be explored more is that both Kaslana and Mighty have both met immortality and immense loss. Yes, absolutely. And what makes it so powerful is that I don't think either one's path forward after that intense loss is wrong, right? Finan / Kaslana, they react with rage and depression and vulnerability, and they show it and they share it, and it makes you feel for them. But Mighty instead is able to process it internally and move past it on his own. It's two different ways of approaching that that story thematic, and I think both are not wrong and both are equally emotional.
The victor shall embrace death and silence, and his glory will only be remembered by the defeated array. For that man, laws and seals no longer have meaning. War and battle never cease for a single minute, each passing day indistinguishable, morning and night entwined. The corpses pile up, filling ravines, forming mountains strong. He carved time with peak's edge and counted the fleeting years by fires of war. Sometimes the lion would climb to the hilltop to look down on the world and search for friends and longing.
Jesus Christ, man.
Distant heavens and earth stretched vast and boundless, but their endlessness felt ever more remote.
Just drive the knife further into my heart.
Like Nikador, he cannot escape madness's clutches. Guarding the city alone and embroiled in war, the
Oh
murmurs of
my
the black
God.
tide constantly sound in his ears. Yet a flame soars up his chest every moment, casting light upon the
Indomitable is a
behind.
great word to describe Mighty. That is a fantastic
Feel the
war.
echoes of the past as the man strides into battle, fists clenched fast. He is the wound this world must bear, the new king before whom old gods despair. As stated in Idonia's poems,
Idonia.
humans are born with eyes closed to accustom to this world's light, and their sight fades in old age to reacquaint with night's anthems. But the man did not bow to the decay of time,
Hell yeah.
rejecting the lure of death's call. With
Every
each
single
return
fucking
from
time.
the brink
Yep.
of death, his eyes burn with fury, fixed upon his face.
Oh, what a goat.
Till everything
What a goat.
suddenly faded away, like a surging black tide swallowing all into nothingness. The world dissipates in the roiling black tide's requiem. Even the lion will one day die, a departure with no way back. With a sudden fall, his pierced chest hits the ground, and slowly flowing.
It's okay. It's okay. We got one more cycle. We got one more cycle.
Departing his system.
We'll save him. We'll save him.
But that gaze, fierce as flame, never dimmed, not even in death.
No, it didn't.
Looking beyond those flame-seeking figures, reaching far toward the endless horizon. In the morrow sky, the stars will chant.
Oh,
The
I love this man.
Kremnos is called mighty.
Bro.
His journey was one of ceaseless, eternal warfare. And behind him, he left a world ablaze with glory.
Truly the GOAT. Bro, I don't... Who do I... Oh my god. Do I like Mighty more than Finan? Or do I like Finan more than Mighty? I don't know. I know my top 3 characters for my character ranking. But then 4 and 5 is such a battle. Anyway. Suki, I like all character development. Mighty and Finan definitely high though. Castris is good as well. Kinda wish Anaxagras has more screen time. Aglaya and Tribi is awesome. Chew. I think Anaxagras actually was well developed. I think he didn't get as much screen time as like Finan did, right? Because Finan got like an entire story patch to himself. But Anaxagras was a very efficient character. Like he didn't, and that makes thematic sense ironically with who he is. His character development was quick, it was punchy, and it was in your face and direct, and it's all we needed. Aglaya and Tribi are awesome too. Yes. Oh my god, I cannot praise Aglaya enough. Very similarly to the pride that I feel towards my love for Mighty, I also have a pride in my love for Aglaya. Aglaya even more so to a certain extent, because I feel like Aglaya is like a lot of people don't really care about her too much, and I really care about Aglaya. Sage, Kaslana held his rage until he was free. He was truly giving up the type of destruction that Nook always wanted at that moment. Oh yeah, 1000%. No, Kaslana endured very similarly the way Mighty did. He just endured in a different way. Kaslana like endured like he had to contain. Mighty endured in like he had to resist almost. Resist against death and all the strife in his life. Suki, I think the voice that speaks is one of Mighty's companions, maybe. Maybe. Well, I don't know. The voice is the Trailblazer. The Trailblazer is narrating all of these. Yeah. But yeah, Stevo, aside from highlighted sections, Trailblazer narrates Saga of the Heroes. You might not have recognized it, Suki, because the Trailblazer has a new voice. His voice actor changed, unfortunately. Caleb no longer voices Trailblazer or Kalis. And also the same thing with Stephanie no longer. Wait, Stephanie's not the right. Who voices Stell again? Rachel Cho. She doesn't voice Stell anymore, which is really sad because they did a fantastic job. But the new voice actors, I think, are doing well. All right, Mighty. That was really, really good. All 3 sagas have been fantastic so far that we've done. Okay, who is next? Is it Anaxagras or Castris? Who came first? I always forget. Who came first? Whose banner came first? Let me try to think. So 2.0 was Herda, then Aglaya. 2.1 was Tribi, then Mighty. And then 2.2 was Anniversary. So Castris was first. Yeah, I got it. I didn't look at chat. I got it from memory. I had my eyes closed that entire time. You guys didn't help. Such a stupid thing to take pride in. Suki, I meant Mighty companions as in Mighty's past companions before they die because they want Mighty to be crowned as king. Well, they might not have been narrating, but the perspective might have been from one of the friends. Absolutely. Sage, we have to remember that Anaxa was already dead in the previous cycle before we met him, so he had to be efficient and focus on the task at hand. Yes, absolutely. He wasn't necessarily dead, but he was like... He was going to disappear. Like his body had already died, and he was basically just a vegetable running on just pure willpower. Tsuki, though technically both we meet and Axa first and Casters in terms of core flame sequence. Yeah, the reason I ask Suki is because we are doing the sagas in order of banner release. So next is gonna be Castris, and then Anaxa, and then it's gonna be Hyacinth, then Cypher, then Hysolin, Saradra, then I'll just pick one of these. Oh, I forgot about Finan. How could I forget about Finan? Or sorry, Kaslana. Because that's how he goes by now in Saga of the Heroes. I think we'll go for a little bit longer. I think we might stop with Finan, actually. Maybe we'll stop with Finan, and we will save these 4 that we don't have yet released for next time, and then we will do the Delta B 13.exe next time as well. Yeah, in Banner it was Casterus, then an Axa. We meet Casterus first with the Goliath Trust trial. Yeah, we meet Casterus way before we meet an Axa. An Axa we don't meet until 3.2, right? We don't even get an Axa in 3.1. Right? No. No. That's incorrect. Because in 3.1, we go to the Grove. Yeah, and then we rescue an Axa. Yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I have a bad memory. The priest asks with a shaking voice, "Upon whose fingertips will the butterfly perch?" The girl never answers, like death itself, breathed in silent solemnity. Can I pronounce words? Please? English is my first language. I should be able to pronounce words. Like the wail of the dead, the howl of beasts, and confusion, delirium, and clamors hollow. The girl's embrace is not meant for the living. Thousands have entered the eternal sleep in her arms, granting to the dead solace and dignity. She mentions a ferocious warrior, feared in battle. She did not go with a smile, but to me she cursed. "Oh, life's end, how ugly you are, how despicable." And from that day on, she adorned herself. Her dress, white as the radiant moon, became always dotted with flower petals. Oh, interesting. Did she do this because she wanted to appear more welcoming in a way? To like when she would execute someone, it would be more peaceful like instead of like a execution, I guess. For if death cannot be avoided, so says the girl, I should stop asking myself questions and just turn the page and get my answer. For if death cannot be avoided, so says the girl, I wish it could contain beauty more plentiful. That's actually really, really sad in a way. Casterus tries to be as beautiful and as pretty as she can be, so that when she goes and touches people and kills them, they can at least have a little bit of like solace in the end. Suki, usually Banner are character focused. Yes, indeed. Which honestly, that's not always a good thing. I wish that the story were structured in a way more organically. Sometimes I don't think that a character that is on Banner should be important at that moment in the story. And sometimes I think characters that don't have a banner that's active should be important in the story. Again, that's why I was so happy in 3.3 when Aglaya got character focus, because I thought she wasn't going to get character focus anymore because her banner was in 3.0. And I was like, oh, thank God. Obviously, they tied a lot of Aglaya's character development in 3.3 to Cypher, who was on banner, but still, it was a very, very nice thing to see. Sage, Flame Reaver's introduced at the Grove. Chew, yes. That's when he does like the 1/, 2/, 3/ should be good enough thing. And I was like, God damn. Among the manifold rites of death. The ones she knows with most intimacy are burial rites. Oh. Jesus Christ. Stay alive. That is a mockery. Whoa. So she is like almost like not forced, but like encouraged to stay alive long enough to hopefully find meaning in something. Because she doesn't want her entire life to just be as an executioner. Sage, Trailblazer changed the 3 slashes is what's funny though. Oh yeah, for sure. That was intentional. In hindsight, the only reason Anaxa, Tribby, and Castris didn't die there is because of the Trailblazer. Our external influence changed what was supposed to happen. The reason why the Flame Reaver says 1, 2, 3 slashes is because Kaslana, who is a Flame Reaver, had done that before. He had killed the 3 of them before with 1, 2, 3 slashes. But then this time the Trailblazer is like, hey yo, not today, and then Tribby uses her fucking gate and just sends him elsewhere. Born with an evil curse, her hand dips into lethal cinnabar in white lead to personally decorate the faces of the dead. Her skills are said to bestow beauty on anyone, even transforming their appearance completely. Oh. So she actually did practice like burial rites. Oh, that is sad. She hated death so much, but still tried to find beauty in it at the end because it was the only thing she could do. It's almost like she was like trying to make a death as nice as possible as a coping mechanism. That is fucking terrible. Castris like executed so many people and fell into such a despair that she was like, I have to do everything possible to make this experience for them, this last experience for them, as not as horrible as possible in order for me to be able to emotionally handle it. Oh my god, that is... Okay, I'm gonna move on. I've always lived in isolation. Out of courtesy, this is how I practice my words and actions. Aw. It is hard to believe her explanation. Her face when talking shows such a dense, gentle disposition that unless she is telling fabrications, she must regard her partners as mere children. Maybe not that, but I think she's been through a lot, and she knows that Cypher and Aglaya and the rest of her friends can't understand her. Those words are true. The head itself was nearly dead. Though they won in fierce battle, the warriors were powerless to turn the tide. It was the embrace where death dwelled that gave early release from their pain. This is how death escapes time. She keeps every final embrace hidden in her immoral heart. Only one has a heart to burn such a gift, and the reason she gives is rather far-fetched. I must peer into all fates unknown. Huh. Who would this be? Wait, who would this be? I don't think it'd be Tribby. Is it maybe Anaxa? Is it Anaxa maybe? Maybe I'll get the answer on the next page. Okay, I didn't. Death is abominable. Abominable. Please pronounce the words correctly. It's not that hard. Just read the words on the page. Death is abominable in humans' eyes. Apart from my identity, there's nothing about me worthy of praise. The beloved Goldweaver hears this in distress, then tries to teach her the art of weaving in threads. It has been said that the maiden has works that the holy city possesses, but this is the judgment the Goldweaver expresses. Well, none can know all things, nor be skilled in all crafts. Her works are too early for the living to comprehend. Aww. Aglaya got distressed because Castris hated herself in a certain way. She tried to teach her how to weave, and apparently Castris was either not good or too abstract for general commercial use. Sage, honestly, it's a very tragic line in hindsight. 3 slashes are enough. Oh yeah, extremely sad in hindsight. Like, Kaslana has resigned himself to basically killing his friends in the most efficient way possible to not prolong their deaths. Another thing, Sage, that's really sad is that Kaslana gave Cypher so many chances to just hand over the core flame willingly because he didn't want to kill her. Like, the reason Cypher was able to like dodge the Flame Breather so many times isn't because, she was able to do so with her power. To a certain extent, it probably was. But mainly because Kaslana was like, Cypher, please just give me the core flame willingly so I don't have to kill you. And in the end, unfortunately, he had to kill her. It's really sad. A lot of the stuff Flame Reaver did can be recontextualized. Now that we know what happened with Finan / Kaslana. Turns out the slate is inscribed with poems, and every phrase is diligently colored with skill. Before people pass away, I write down these poems. That is the limit of the girl's answer, and she only responds with silence for requests to read these poems. Yes, we know Castris likes to write and read. My poems are still too green, not worthy to be art. It stems from the girl's shame and discomfort. Yeah, based on what I saw from Castris in the story and so far in Saga of Heroes, and obviously we knew that Castris always really had disdain for herself, but it isn't just that Castris hated herself, it's also that I don't think Castris ever saw herself as being able to contribute anything. Because the only thing Castris ever saw of herself was that she killed a lot of people, and so that she never felt she was able to contribute anything besides being a source of death. Because even if she enjoyed reading and writing, I don't think she could even ever see herself as being good at it. Oh, Castris, no. No. Oh, that's so sad. She tried to write. And something happened that made her stop. Oh. He and I clearly wish to kill and tear each other apart. But in your eyes, you think we are close, unable to part? Oh. Well, that's actually really interesting. She lived for so long that her writing would contradict each other, which would then in turn make people not aware of the fact that she was the one who wrote those in the first place. This is truly difficult to write. The girl excuses herself. My duty is to lead the living to the end. I cannot think of a fitting end for a poem to the dead. Well, in many ways, I think the reason she can't is because the fitting end for a poem to the dead is the death itself. What she brings is not only death, she thus replied when we first met. And when we meet again, once again for the last time, she again deliberates over this closing statement. Apart from death, there is something else that is worth remembering. That is the journey that she walked. Oh! Pain! Pain and suffering! Like if we didn't have enough of that already.
The two girls frolicked in the wheat.
Okay. Now we're getting stuff with Elixia. Thanks, game.
In the shallow puddles and pools clear. As dusk approaches, the exhausted girls collapse over the wheat heaps, talking about their longings and dreams, of literature, love, and a journey through a world dear.
Oh, Sky, slow your closing gaze. How I want to keep this moment in my hands forevermore.
On that day, the breeze was warm and gentle. At that time, death was soft and fair. The broken-winged butterfly falls by the window, bringing with it a scent of melancholy. The girl looks outside. The golden wheat fields rolled endlessly, stretching to the horizon.
Oh, Pelixia.
Into the chair, she tries to stand, only to find her legs trembling.
They sure are sisters. Each one of them, like, is on.
Don't worry, Pelixia.
Her older sister whispers beside her ear.
Each one feels guilty for just existing.
Weeps mournfully.
Castris because of her curse, and Pelixia because of her crippled state.
Sighs only. When hearing the healer's diagnosis, the girl remained deathly still. Her eyes were already drained of tears, and her heart a wilted grave.
Oh,
Every time she has something on her mind,
was Pelixia not always crippled?
look outside.
Well, that's even worse if that's the case.
Seeing
She was able to walk and later lost her ability to walk.
into a
Oh,
desolate gray expanse. Till one day, when the girl looks outside, she sees a dash of dark blue, most brave.
dark blue.
It's a flower my sister planted.
Like the torrential river of life, it pours into the depths of her heart.
Probably the same flowers that we see in her
In the Netherland, it's rumored to thrive.
domain, right?
You are the quiet in my heart, amidst the chaotic
Antilla.
choreography.
So we get an actual name for the flowers.
Its choreography. When the days are warm, the sister would take the girl on long journeys through the flower fields, gazing upon rivers, napping amongst the grove, a discussion hardy.
After I die, I want to become an Antilla flower. And quietness in your soul.
A thoughtless word from the girl gains her a wrapping on her forehead most dainty.
Do not speak of dusk.
when you have yet to see the dawn.
Dew drops from the petals as wind pulls on the leaves, and the two of them sit in quietude. The girl asks for the means to tend to the garden, and while her sister seems concerned, her heart is relieved. But the concern is well-founded. The girl tripped and fell into a mire. She gazed directly into the eyes of death in that dark pool, bottom unperceived.
Oh, unperceived. That's a good way to describe it.
Upon my sister's wings. Let this be where it
No,
all
no. Oh my god, I hate this. It's so sad. I hate that both Castris and Pelixia have something about them that makes them feel guilty for just existing.
Allow you to walk through the dusk alone, or enter the night of no reprieve.
Her sister sobs without end, and the girl has to gently hug her and softly relieve. And then this distant memory turns bleary, difficult to retrieve.
Fuck this game. Can we have happy things again? Like can we go back to like Bellabog with like wildfire and stuff? Or like let's go back to like the Sunday fights with hope with all things that are feathers. Like give me something to latch onto, bro. 'Cause at this rate it's just gonna be fucking 6 weeks of, well, 5 weeks technically now, of just depression.
The river of souls flows to the other side, wrapped in the land.
Sage, at least we can blame Iron Tomb for all of this tragedy. Yeah, honestly.
Eternal
Fuck you, Nanook.
sight.
It's
It belongs
fuck you, Lygus.
to this world that has life, all of which flows downstream, converging as one. The master of the nether realm, Thanatos, enshrouds.
But I guess this is gonna be a passage that's only on Pelixia.
The dragon, born from the cocoon.
Ooh,
carries
never mind.
a girl, soaring
So this is right
upstream
after
through
Pelixia
souls, defying
reincarnated
its
Castris.
eternal flow. Their connection flows tighter than blood, and the key that opens the netherworld's gates is the sisters' selfish plight. Back then, the boreal winds cut through to the bone. Back then, death was a bitter and stabbing fright. In the netherrealm, without an earth or sky, a flower named Antilla blooms, its beauty witnessed by but one soul.
Antilla probably has a meat
You are the quiet in
in
my
Greek that
amidst the chaotic
would be thematic.
choreography.
The younger sister scores through the blooming Antilla fields, never finding that promised dark.
This is a very good quote.
She silently
Fantastic imagery here.
Death, leave all your dark nights to me, and save the dawn.
Sage, the wait will be worth it because we are the writer now, which is why Lygus will intervene soon. Well, we are one of the writers now. We have admin access now, but I think Lygus still has admin access as well. So,
a bard
two writers writing the same story, each of them going for a different ending. Let's see who wins.
Not turn back. The long hand of shadow will retain the dead behind their gates.
Not necessarily writers now.
The giant
Coders would make more sense.
moon cocoon willingly offered itself as the enduring barge of the river of souls.
No need to turn back. Oh, no need to turn back. That price had long been paid for you by someone else.
The dragon lowers its long neck and places the girl on its back. In slumber, she will unknowingly greet the dawn of her rebirth. The dragon flaps its wings in the chilly gloom of the floating dead upstream, ferrying from purity into grime, going from silence to roaring boom. The souls of countless poets flounder past, their distant rhymes endless like foams.
Do not turn back, for to look toward the land of mortals is in itself turning back.
In this pale dawn, the sun's
that's beautiful.
first rays light the night ablaze. So the
That shot of
crosses the sea of souls onto
Styxia.
the shores of life and strands itself in the gleam. We know not where these stories arise. They are scattered across the shallows with the waves. The confession the girl made before her departure still echoes in the tide's heaves.
If there is anything for me to leave behind, may it find a soul to remember.
And that soul,
The ode of my life.
that soul is us.
And I've already penned my last stroke.
Of course it is. Of course it had to be. But it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. We will just write her back. We will just code her back at the very end with all her memories, hopefully. Sage, yeah, so Trailblazer will push Remembrance, Lycus wrote Destruction. We can potentially rewrite Iron Tomb itself on a different path, so Lycus will hate us more than ever before. Hopefully, that's the plan. That is the plan. Alright, Casterus is also very good. All the ones that we've done up till now have been fantastic. I think if I had to pick my favorite one so far, honestly, it might be Aglaïa's. Aglaïa's is really good. Aglaïa's are mighties, which honestly, that makes sense because out of all the ones we've done so far, these two are my favorite of the four. So, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so now we're on to Anaxa. And I assume this is going to be a lot of just lore and maybe hopefully stuff on his sister. Before meeting death, the scholar already composed his own epitaph. This person's name was seldom mentioned by others, incomplete, just like his fate. Damn. That's kind of weird. He made his own grave and tended to it by himself. Keep your distance from that blasphemous one, lest misfortune follows you like a shadow. People warned each other thus before his lectern. Yeah, this is what we were discussing earlier. Anaxa presents himself as like this almost like unfeeling, uncaring, apathetic person. No, you can tell he genuinely cared about his students and their futures and their knowledge of the world. He wanted the best for them. He wanted the best for Fine. He wanted the best for Casterus. He wanted the best for Hyacinth, and he wanted the best for all his other non-Chrysos era students as well. He just was he was Anaxa. Just didn't want to be didn't want to be caring open. He's a stubborn motherfucker. Faced with a god's edict, even I cannot resist. With no guidance given, he reaches enlightenment for the first time. Yet I sincerely believe this is not to be my destiny. That became the cause of blasphemy. Miracles are the most conceited actions of gods. They are God's denial of humanity via might. Magic tricks are the most articulate rebuttal. They are humanity's imitation of godhood via intellect. Oh, god damn. That is well said, well described. Using the final trick, they wish to create a miracle to end all miracles. Interesting that Anaxa views science and humankind achievements almost as magic. He also liked his reputation as a blasphemer. Of course he did. Because to him, blasphemy is just the truth. Like, the ability to see beyond the lies of, the world of Amphoreus and the Titans. Like, every time he gets called a blasphemer, he's probably like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I am. He's like, that's right. Only me and not you. I saw the spell the professor carved on his body. The youth with white hair was beside himself in joy. It must be a power most secret, a means for one man to stand against 1,000. That spell was rare indeed, for it was a secret way to overturn a cart of hay. Using soil, interesting. So he basically almost created Titankin with using alchemy. That's fucking crazy. However, one day he suddenly changes his tune. Creation is the Titan's work, and slavery is the Titan's manacle. In imitating divine evil, there's no need to invest a reason most pinnacle. That's a quote. If it's just for odd jobs, students are better. God damn. Okay, well, at least give them extra credit. So. For a wise one, 5 answers reveal creation's secrets, the truth hidden and bold. But a fool learns but not and is left in the cold. Now, inquire. Breadcrumbs is good. Yeah, that's pretty much what he's doing. Why? Obviously to drag out class time as a statement. The student's answer seems rather adamant. He is panicked by the flow of time, for his work is yet done, yet to implement. The stubborn assistant interjects in a rare display of testament. This man is too arrogant, and he intends to desecrate Ornyx's accomplishments. The passing sage from another school brings admonishment. Yeah, Anaxa, never change, will you? Never change. Do not make him your enemy, even though he may seem frail and weak. He may seem cold and unkind, but he sees through human emotions just a peek. Absolutely. Anaxa is very emotionally intelligent. He just doesn't really care about how he betrays himself despite that. And look at that. Listening to his students' personal problems. Consulting them. Serving as a counselor. He's a big softy. He's a big softy. Sage, has there really been any weak written Chrysos heir? They have all been good after knowing more. There we go. I was about to say, Sage, for a while, and towards the end of 3.2, and like even the end of 3.1, Unfortunately, because I love her so much, I was going to say Aglaia. If we didn't get 3.3, Aglaia would probably be the weakest written Crisis Heir. But thank everything that we got 3.3, because that really saved the character and made it as great as it is. Cypher would have been good either way, because even if Cypher didn't get the development she got, she was already really, really great just because she was super fun, right? You can be a well-written character and not have a deep story or a deep character arc. You can be likable, you can be cool, you can be badass, you could be an antagonist, right? You could be hateable, right? You don't necessarily have to have a well-written character arc to be a good character. You really weren't feeling Cypher until 3.3. She was crucial too. Yeah, like I said, to each their own. I think Cypher would have been good regardless at 3.3 because she was just so fun in 3.2. Even the little bit that we saw her. So, but Aglaia did need to be written. She needed to be given character development, and she was given character development. So, very nice. All is science, and human wisdom knows no bounds. Both martial prowess and emotions are knowledge that can be found. He got caught. He got caught experimenting. Nothing in this world is ever born fixed. That is very true. In both ways, this is a double meaning here. Nothing in this world is ever born fixed, meaning nothing in this world is ever born, completely perfect. There's always going to be, whenever something of, related to humanity is brought into this world, it will always be flawed. Also, additionally, the other meaning of fixed is it will always be the same, right? As well. Nothing in this world will ever be born fixed to its own existence. It will be variable. People can change. So this is a double meaning. This is a good line. Nothing, humanity or anything related to humanity will always be variable. It can always change. It can always evolve. And it will always be flawed. And that's what makes humanity beautiful. The fact that humanity is flawed, but that it can change for better or for worse. Good line. But I think that was pretty obvious. Sage. I think she was fun. I just didn't understand her like other Crisis Heirs that were introduced. Yeah, that's fine. And like I said, to each their own. My perspective on how writing and just general storytelling work is that you can have quality storytelling that isn't necessarily textbook or objective, right? It's like to me, Cypher would have been a good character even if she didn't have a deep character arc because she was likable in other ways. She was fun and, humorous and exciting and energetic and pushed the plot forward. And it's the same way why I don't know, Sage or Stevo, if you guys watch anime. I watch a lot of anime. A lot of people criticize shows like Solo Leveling or Jujutsu Kaisen or My Hero Academia. Well, My Hero Academia is not a good example. Let's stick with those two, Jujutsu Kaisen and Solo Leveling. A lot of people criticize those shows because they're mostly spectacle, right? It's mostly action and animation and music and a wonder for the audience, a wonder for the viewer. And people argue that spectacle is because there's no substance to it, it's not good. The series isn't good, or it's not good writing. To a certain extent, that is true. From a textbook storytelling and writing definition, yes, those series are more shallow than other series that have, focused character writing and focused character development and dynamics, right? But to me, it's a matter of expectation. If you're able to reframe your perspective on your personal entertainment, you will find that Soul Leveling was not created for the purpose of telling a deep character story, but to entertain through action and spectacle. And within those expectations, I would argue Solo Leveling is a great series because it set out what it wanted to accomplish. It knew what it was, played to its strengths, and did it well, right? So to me, Solo Leveling is a great series because the expectations I enforce and place upon that series are not, character-driven narrative. It is a spectacle. So to me, I find value and I find quality depending on what my expectations are and how I put them onto my entertainment and my media. So to me, for example, the way Cypher was first introduced to me, my expectations with her were very quickly set that, okay, this character would be good if they didn't take her seriously because she was fun. She was well voice acted. She was entertaining. Let's put it frank. She was hot. She is a really nice to look at. So even if Cypher wasn't deep, even if her character wasn't as well developed as the other ones, to me, she still would have provided value to the story. She still would have been a good character. Now, I argue if you really want to achieve a amazing, great, fantastic character, then yes, you need a bit more substance. You need something to be a bit deeper. But it's the way your expectations are framed that can really dictate what is quality and what isn't. That's why stories are so subjective. It's very, very difficult to assign an objective score to a story because of how people's expectations differ from the product that they consume. Anyway, that was a big tangent. So moving on to Anaxim still. How long have I been? Oh, we're getting to 3 hours. We'll keep going until I really feel tired, but I am starting to feel a bit of fatigue. Yes, his ambitions were extremely lofty, and as it said on the previous page, at any point in time, Anax's entire life purpose could have been disproven. It could have been crushed, and he would have had to find something else. But he kept going. Respond to the defeat with a smile haughty. If you had to describe Anaxa in a single sentence, this is a damn good one. Not from optimism, nor from a defeat of heart. I thank this misfortune's severity. The laughter oozes with self-mockery, but is also full of different emotion. If this road is easy to walk, then future generations will not praise my name in piety, says his ambition. This was really good. This is definitely the best one of the one so far of the three that we've done. Really good poetic analysis of Anax's beliefs and his character.
On the day that the grove fell, he accepted his defeat and demise, as if embracing truth and heresy.
Believe in Titans, and you'll have a happy death.
Mm-hmm.
Deny the Titans, and you will have a fulfilling death.
Yet, as the lightened soul bids farewell to its heavy shell,
Suki, basically meaning and hype. Yes, but it's not just those two things. It can be, there are many different things that can lead to quality and enjoyment of media. Like sometimes an anime can be memorable simply because the opening was good. You know what I mean? And to me, that is still part of what makes that series quality. I think anime understands that pretty well. That's why a lot of studios invest so much into their openings and endings, because they understand even aspects of storytelling, like an opening and an ending, can influence your perception of your experience with a product of entertainment.
You finally
It's all
came.
very, very
Seems
subjective.
shocked and lets the core flame take over his shell.
Be more punctual next time, if you will.
Of course, Anaxa. Anaxa has the best one-liners in the fucking story. His one-liners are amazing.
Blasphemer is already on his best behavior. And towards the suggestion to reforge his body, he paid no mind.
Suki, relatable and it's true, hard to make a good character and require months to years to refine it. Yes, absolutely. And also, characters serve different purposes within a story. You can have a static character, which is a character that is its intended purpose is to not change. It's to play a role, to influence other characters that are dynamic. The second type of character you can have is a dynamic character, that a character that is supposed to change, a character that is supposed to develop. You need a certain amount of static characters. You need a certain amount of dynamic characters. Dynamic characters can become static characters after their arc is over. Static characters can become dynamic characters depending on how the narrative shifts. It's been a while since I last took my creative writing class. Like, when was the last time I took? Like, when was I in college? Is the question I need to ask myself. It's been over half a decade since I last took my creative writing class, but a lot of this is something that you need to go the extra mile to learn. Zay Defrost, please correct me if I said that wrong, or let me know if you would like to be called something else. Welcome into the stream. I am doing very well. We're having a good time going through the As I've Written part of Amphoreus. I have basically saved up all of the Saga of Heroes, and we are now reading through them all, and it's been really, really fun so far. I was scrolling through streams and came across our channel. Really enjoyed what I saw. You're doing a great job and the vibe is strong. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment. I'm just trying to communicate and share my passion with all of you because I love Star Rail, but more importantly, I love storytelling so much. And I want to talk about storytelling and various stories like Star Rail's story. And streaming is one of the best ways that I can do that. Am a supporter streamer. I love supporting dedicated streamers, especially those who are grinding hard but don't have many viewers yet. Listen, I thank you very much. I do not care about viewers at all. It warms my heart if people want to come in and watch the stream. It is really cool when people leave comments on my YouTube VODs, but not once have I ever cared about views or success when it comes to streaming. I am doing this for what is happening right now, to talk with you guys about Star Rail and to talk to you guys about storytelling. That is all I have ever cared about and all that it will ever be. I'd love to tell you about the idea that has helped a lot of other streamers like you. If you're open to suggestions, this is my Discord link. So Zaid Frost, look, I appreciate the offer, and you know I'm sure that there are people that you've been able to help, but I have a rule. Again, I have not cared about success in any way when it comes to streaming. I will not interact with my audience in commercial ways or even in interpersonal ways outside of my stream. That is just a rule that I have set for myself. So thank you very much for coming into chat, but unfortunately I cannot take your offer. But please feel free to stay around and talk about Star Rail if you would like to. But moving on to Anaxa, because I keep going on tangents and I refuse to finish his saga.
I have so kindly offered you the best body. So why do you insist upon your mortal imperfection?
The scholar replies in candor.
Only by retaining the various flaws can my humanity be preserved in rigor.
Indeed. Humanity is flawed, and I think Anaxa sees the beauty in that.
While his spirit walks the river of soul's shores. Between life and death.
No, I don't think I know Anaxa sees the beauty in imperfection.
Dwelling in the child of humankind's thoughts and senses, the Titan cannot bear to remain a mere spectator.
Why not ask me your questions, child of humanity? I am rich in wisdom,
and shall speak with no ambiguity.
I think he wants to discover it
Though spoke
himself.
pact, the scholar asked the god about all things.
Feigning.
Humble quest for knowledge.
Do you treat me just as a way to answer questions? A mere machine.
Titan got what they asked for.
You should thank me. For good questions are rarer than good answers.
I hate this motherfucker, dude. This, bro. How does he always come up with these one-liners? Now this is a piece of dialogue that I've seen before, but like, it's just he just whips him out of nowhere at the perfect time.
Compared to the joy of a new life, the scholarly breakthrough carried home alongside death filled the scholar's heart with more fervor. He returned to the Scourged Grove many times, and the black tide followed. Despite his defeats, he never sought help or permission. But at every desperate moment, the Titan would eventually take over one half of his body. The union of man and God. A flawed and clumsy choreography.
Stevo, it feels similar to her. Oh, absolutely. They definitely have similarities for sure. Because let's be real. Cersei's and, you know, everything related to Cersei's and Anaxa's pursuit of knowledge in the growth of Epiphany, it's the path of erudition. So they both essentially follow the same path.
It happened but once, a perfect harmony. One man, one God, speaking in one breath.
Stop stepping forward at the same time as me.
Why are they upset?
The Titan once revealed the secrets of mixing.
Maybe they're not, they're just stubborn.
Boon, seemingly a blessing, but full of malice.
What a tempting bait. But that's not my desired chalice.
Divine power is within his reach, but the scholar is not moved.
Of course
by
he's not.
that essence.
Anaxa couldn't care less.
This long and abnormal temptation is also a trial of elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Sage can achieve all things.
Where's the fun in a shortcut?
Shortcuts alone.
Would he truly understand if he took a shortcut to all his answers, right? Would he truly comprehend them and understand them? It's this, like, if you're studying for an exam, or no, bad analogy. If you're doing your homework, right? And you're using ChatGPT to get all the answers to your homework, by all means, go ahead, you know. But when you graduate from college and you get a job related to your field of study, and you didn't learn jack shit from actually doing the homework and understanding the material, you're gonna be fucked, right? That's what Anaxa is arguing here, is that taking a shortcut to the answers means nothing, right? You're gonna get results, sure, but ultimately when you are asked to prove your results, what are you gonna do? You're gonna flounder. You're going to embarrass yourself. You don't truly understand the material. So Anaxa wants to arrive to the destination on his lonesome. Or maybe, sure, he can get external help, but, you know, he wants to lead the charge himself.
Teacher, in this tumultuous world, have you thought about your will?
Oh, it's nice to hear your voice, Hyacinth, after what happened in 3.4. Suki, chat just moved. I like Honkai Star Rail, but I left in the middle of Penacony due to the conflict of self-interest. Interesting. I came back after refined my thoughts on it. Up till now, I play throughout for the story. I don't care about late game content. Version 1 till middle of Penacony. I'm unlucky without proper DPS. Right now, I have Castress, Trailblazer, RMC, Tribute, and Hyacinth. Yes, Suki, look, you can play games however you'd like. But if you are playing a gacha game and you find yourself frustrated with the gameplay aspects, or maybe you're getting unlucky, right? By all means, quit. Take a break. Take some time away from the game. And hopefully, you know, one you're able to change your approach to the game, come back and find entertainment or find meaning or find enjoyment in some other aspect of the game, like the story. So for me, again, I couldn't care less if I cleared end game content. It'd be nice if I could, right? So I can get rewards, so I can summon for the characters that I love. But I play this game for the characters, for the story, for the music, for the cutscenes, right? If I don't get good rolls on my relics, I'll be frustrated for like 5 seconds, but it is what it is, man. Like, all I care about is in a couple of more weeks, I get to play 3.5. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that you're back and that you're enjoying yourself again. I use AI for writing purposes. The thoughts and ideas are mainly from mine. How about your take on it? AI for writing purposes. So I am also a creative writer. And my perspective on using AI for writing, whether it's creative or academic, has shifted over the years. And has gone back and forth. It's been like a roller coaster. At the moment, I think it's fine to use it, but in very limited ways. I think if you need imagery or description or maybe exposition, that I think AI can be used for, as long as you take what the AI gives you and repurpose it, right? You adjust what the AI gives you to your own writing style, which can take time. Sometimes it takes more time to take what an AI gives you and modify it to your own style than just doing it yourself. It depends on how your creative juices are flowing. It also depends on, obviously, your momentum, right? Sometimes it's really difficult to write creatively if you're just starting compared to if you've been writing for 2 hours. So, sometimes you can maybe use AI to start, and then as you get into your flow, you can stop using it. Where I think using AI for writing is dangerous and poisonous in certain ways is if you start using it for dialogue, or you start using it for descriptive character writing, or if you start using it for narrative development. And you would be surprised by how much of your story can be taken over by AI without you realizing. Like, you might think some thoughts and ideas are your own, but they might not actually be. AI could easily influence your thoughts and ideas without you realizing. So my perspective is, if you are well versed in AI and how the technology works, and you have been writing creatively or educationally or informatively or in many other ways, if you've been writing for a long time and you've got a mastery of your style and you've got a mastery of how you develop your work, your ideas, right? You've got a mastery of your work processes, then sure, go ahead and use AI for, the more menial stuff of writing. But be very careful.
It was just a joke, but the scholar, still at the grove, answered with extreme caution. He has much to say about his posthumous affairs, exhausting all, fearing the smallest omission.
Teacher, could it be that you fear death?
I think he both fears and doesn't fear death. He fears certain aspects of death. He doesn't fear other aspects of death.
Philosophy is the inquiry into death, and I have always considered myself a philosopher.
That's a very general question that I think reflects what I just said.
Recounts all of the scholar's final wishes, each mighty as a mountain, asking what seemed impossible.
The tombstone must be made of my treasured rare stones, carved with
Which Dromus patterns? I didn't know you liked Dromus. Anaxa.
Alchemy, tough beyond measure. No chisel could have shaken.
That's also his plan.
The assistant softly reveals the hidden plot.
He hopes that instead of shedding tears over his death, we will find it in us to smile.
He's just a teddy bear.
Of sorrow.
And overconfident. Not overconfident. He's not overconfident. He's earned his confidence. He's a bit arrogant. But again, it's arrogance in a good way.
Most
An arrogant, soft,
Back. The living
philosophical
cannot
teddy
trust in
bear.
their thoughts.
That's what he is.
Go back. The dead have no desire to teach their works.
The Ingenium's words are cold and detached, like the deceased man himself.
But if you have no one to talk to, fine. You can sit and converse.
Now, the grove is no longer bustling, and the scholar has returned to dust. Thus,
Rest in peace.
few in this world now know.
Mm-hmm.
So troubled by solitude in life.
And Naxa is probably the Chrysos heir that is best at hiding his weaknesses and vulnerabilities.
Perhaps your ambition should also find its place among the
Which,
fine
not sure if it's particularly healthy,
Pointless notion.
but I think he's similar to Mighty. I think he's got a certain extent of
Unveiling
emotional
the countenance of the
well-being
gods
and emotional
is a
stability.
task for the living.
Perhaps that is his haughty position. Such a melancholy topic, yet he insists on feigning a twist, avoiding it altogether. Perhaps these chapters should not be retained. Most are from the scholars.
Okay, so we're talking about this without his permission. Sounds good.
Yet there seems to be a voice there in remonstration.
It's just the past. What harm is there in revelation?
As a Naxa, we're gonna go back in time, or we're gonna make fun of you for how emotional you're being. That's why. That's the harm. We now know you're a big teddy bear, and you're not gonna be able to deny it.
The more it shows its weight, the more foolish my name is, the more glory my achievements will be in comparison.
Indeed, my friend. I am excited to see you once again. God, what a breath of fresh air that was. We have the past 4 sagas were like really deep and very well written and depressing and emotional, and Anaxis was like more introspectual. It was a nice break from what we were from most of what we had just read. Okay, well, I think we're gonna do a couple more. I think we're definitely gonna do Hyacinth, and we're definitely gonna do Scythe. Those 2 for sure. And then from there, I will decide whether or not I want to do Finan or save him for the rest. Save him for part 2. And obviously the rest we will do in part 2. As well as the Change Me 13.exe. We'll do that as well next time. Okay, so Anaxa Hyacinth. Oh, I'm excited for this one. I love Hyacinth. On the leaves, the rustling wind plays a melody as a girl looks over this courtyard petite and exhales, gently dispersing the palm-held blessings. The entire yard is lit softly like a dandelion bathed in sunlight. Is this courtyard a tad too small? It's okay, Clementine, as long as it provides a warmth plenty. The girl makes the courtyard tidy, and in the Evernight lands outside a holy city, there is now a light curing souls' maladies. Welcome to the Twilight Courtyard. How can I help you? The gravely patient shakes their head. The end times are coming, and we all wander more. You may heal our wounds, but you cannot cure despair. The girl watches the patient leave, and her heart swells in sorrow. Clementine, prepare some things with me. I want this place to be brighter tomorrow. Ah, why? Why are you such an angel? Why are you such an angel? Why did we have to lose you? Come back. Make us smile again. We're back to the pain, ladies and gentlemen. We're back to the pain. The redhead child takes the little girl's hands. Long time no see, Hyacinth. Are you here in Akama for a visit, or do you need help from us? The girl recounts her needs. I want some shining things, even if they are considered junk. And when some fireflies wander in, the girl is all smiles. Little ones, thank you for your light. There's light everywhere. What a warm place. The news is soon spread by the grove, and people with empty hearts visit in droves. The little girl prepares candies and tea and listens to every visitor's complaints. Yeah, exactly. It was yeah. Obviously, her efforts weren't useless. Like yes, like she was able to provide a safe space for her patients and the people that were suffering from sadness and depression and suffering. But really, she is the holy courtyard. She is ultimately the reason those people were able to smile again because of just how optimistic and positive and wonderful Hyacinth is. Oh, what an amazing character.
This world may contain thousands.
By the way,
of hills,
going to what we were discussing before, Hyacinth is a fairly decent example of
ocean-going
an amazing character that doesn't develop all that much. Hyacinth, for the most part, she develops a little bit, right? Most of her character is, learning about, her ancestry, coming to terms with how cruel it actually was, and yet still choosing to be positive despite it all and choosing to be different, right? That's where most of her arc comes from. But what makes Hyacinth so amazing is just straight up the design of her character. She is kind and caring and considerate and optimistic and, a culmination of so many great and positive things that influence the rest of our cast, the rest of the Chrysos heirs so positively that you can't help but like her. So yeah, she is a dynamic character in some ways, but what makes Hyacinth, I think, truly special and why a lot of us love her is her components as a static character, right? She didn't need to evolve or develop as a character to be likable, to be quality. I think a lot of people like the static version of the static aspects of Hyacinth's character more than the dynamic aspects of Hyacinth's character. Tsuki, Finan 1 and 2 are R. Finan, I think 3 to the end was Kasana based on patches. Okay, good to know. Tsuki, Hyacinth is unique over the other Sky people because she isn't arrogant or too self-centered. Yes, absolutely. But again, the dynamic part of her character that is well written is the fact that she discovers the truth about her people, that they were arrogant and cruel and violent and self-centered, and still chooses to remain who she is, to not let her ancestry dictate how she is supposed to behave, what attitude she is supposed to have.
the father and daughter who inherited the sky
Hyacinth.
wander this land's paths, and throughout the cities, they heal the unwell.
Heirs of the sky who once reveled in martial might.
So this one is going to be the majority of this is going to be voice time. The only one I had to narrate even slightly was the first one.
The injury's agony.
Father, why did our ancestors revel in warlike might?
Because they only have a sorrowful past lamenting ways.
Then why are we here, soothing the blight?
Because we have a future that needs protection still.
The priest who parts dusk from dawn collapsed the sky and
I regret not summoning for Hyacinth, man.
dwells in a place where
I should just empty my wallet. Who needs a credit card, am I right?
to the zenith supreme.
Actually, no, I need a credit card so I can use my credit
The
card.
Twilight Court
So I can go into debt. Because I got Hyacinth E6.
Father tells his daughter
I'll get her on rerun.
in line next to the bonfire lit in the wilderness where winds pine. Though he had told this story many times before,
It looks like Hyacinth's parents were a big component of why she is such a source of light for the story, which again is something relatable to real life. You know, if you have loving, caring, compassionate parents like my own parents, my family, the more often than not, I'm not saying that it's guaranteed, but it's a higher chance that that legacy gets passed on. And clearly Hyacinth's father, and most likely her mother, treated and raised Hyacinth very well, supportively and lovingly. And look at how Hyacinth turned. Just this angel who is able to do so many positive things for the Flame Chase journey. Suki. She is, and she didn't seek revenge. Remember that mighty guardian killed her grandmother, but didn't seek revenge. She knows how to forgive. Oh, yeah! I forgot about that. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember. Is that actually true? But I remember something like that. Yeah, that like something happened in the story that you would understand if she became resentful, but she chose not to. Like she decided to forgive. Was it Mighty? Yes. Not Mighty's guardian. Kratos. Mighty's teacher, his mentor. Yeah. Kratos is his name. That's the NPC. Yeah, she is fantastic. Hyacinth is so likable, so lovable.
Maybe I will return to the sky one day.
Or maybe.
Oh, look at Small. Look how small she is. Look how adorable she is. It's a small Hyacinth.
The blessings of the sky were passed down through generations of their heirs. The brawn of the Titan who molded stars granted a boon fitting and fair. Perhaps the girl with heroic blood in her veins
Nope.
will be accompanied by thunderbolts and the sun's merciless glare.
No, she will not.
Childishly, she recited.
She will be accompanied by rainbows and light.
My wishes.
And thunder and heat did not descend. She only saw a sliver of gentle, warm flare, wiping away mortal exhaustion and others' tired airs. What a gentle blessing. All said that she must be a savior saint, bringing light to the land, even if faint. But where the girl's eyes often gazed was the wine-dark sky, gloomy and bleak.
Yep, because she cared about it enough. Yep. Oh, I am just being reminded by why I love Hyacinth so much.
Maybe no more than a girl's feeble dream.
I hope this is what the saga is. I hope all 5 of these sagas are just a reminder of how amazing this character is.
Potions, creams.
Just reinforcing what made 3.3 so amazing.
To gentle
I miss you. I can't wait to see you again.
repair. And she brought glowing faint light to the night, dispelling pains and mending the world's pitchy blight. Father and daughter often rested in the silent courtyard under the giant tree. Yet today, at that place, only one solitary figure can be seen.
I'm guessing maybe
On
she...
that night, the healer spoke to a visitor throughout the night. On that morning, he bid farewell to his daughter for the first time. He will heal the ill at a faraway place where the end of days approaches.
father
Family of his should follow.
went to go heal.
You have learned the craft of healing and understood the blessing.
A lot of what Hyacinth believes in, and
A light
you know,
more radiant still
a lot of her principles do seem to be stemmed from her father. He seemed like a really good man.
The departed healer never returned, and the girl never left. And that rather lonely courtyard stayed silent as it was before.
Great saga. There's more, right? We were only on number 2. Yeah, here we go. Suki, I remember the name. I mixed him with another C, which is a fountain dweller. Yeah, Kratos is his name. Celiosi was somewhat like Hyacinth, but she got twisted in the end. Meanwhile, Hyacinth accepted the truth and forgave, even though she knew that sky people aren't perfect. Well, that is true to a certain extent, but I think Celiosi was... I think a big reason why she got twisted in the end was because she probably didn't have anyone, like her parents, to, you know, support her and love her. She was mostly alone. The only people she had were Solaris and Lunaris, I think is the name. I forget. But her beast partners. But also probably something that didn't help was that Celiosi was she was a warrior who engaged in combat and violence, and that can obviously help twist you in ways that are negative. Hyacinth being a healer, being someone who gives and saves lives, it's probably a better profession to not end up twisted in the way Celiosi was. Not to discount Hyacinth. Hyacinth is special in ways that Celiosi was not.
Assessment from the Lotophagist sage.
An excellent healer who fails at all scholarly means.
Was the assessment
Interesting.
from the Buddhist sage.
A shining child who also burns away her own life's rays.
Was the assessment
So she was a little bit rebellious, I guess, in certain ways.
A fool who was always wreathed in smiles, while drowning in a weighty and pitiful dream.
Interesting. So this was Anaxa's.
from the new spores?
What is interesting to hear is Anaxa describes her as a fool here and a weighty and pitiful dream. He's actually complimenting her here because you know Anaxa considers the term fool as a compliment. And he is comparing her dream to his own. So what Anaxa is basically saying here is that she is like me, right? She has a very, very ambitious dream and yet still pursues it passionately, fervently, the way that I do. And she does so with a smile on her face. That's basically what he's saying here. He's just being a tsundere, as he always is.
The girl had visited all the schools during her time studying in the grove.
Suki, yeah, the two-winged beast as family, but those two soon realized Celiosi was too far gone until he met Hyacinth, both of Hyacinth, Finan, and the Trailblazer from the disaster. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's a big reason why, you know, Celiosi becomes as corrupted as she is, because she was abandoned by pretty much everyone she ever had a connection. Not abandoned, I don't want to say. Distanced from. And in some cases, it was probably a good thing that, you know, either she distanced herself from her people or that the Sky people distanced themselves from her, because neither party was necessarily good. Both the Sky people and Celiosi were flawed in very dangerous ways.
She refused to become a scholar, despite her
Okay, so she was a good student. That's what I thought.
Instead of increasing this world's knowledge, I prefer to reduce its pain.
While the sages faced her words in silence, the new sporist sage alone decided to hire her as assistant post-haste.
Of course he did.
An apprentice who spends wisdom is more precious than scholars who hide knowledge away.
Agreed.
The
Well said,
faded
Anaxa.
Twilight courtyard, long eroded by time, now shelters a girl.
You can really feel from this saga, Hyacinth saga, how much Anaxa cared for and respected Hyacinth.
Priests visited her and brought her a chromatic pony with a grin.
It may be the Eye of Twilight's creation in times gone by, for it shines with the sky's rainbow hues within.
Could it be the warlike winged beast of her father's tales? But the sleepy, dreary-eyed pony before her as soft as freshest plucked cotton.
Ika.
The girl still took
Oh.
this gift.
Oh.
The little
Look at
creature
them. Look at them. So small. So cute.
of clouds distant.
I know I didn't touch on it in the story recap stream, but the Finan flashback where he's alone with Ika, that one is also really devastating.
The scholars coming to deliver arguments and reproach often stopped before.
And I love this. I love that this saga so far has just been Hyacinth is amazing, incredible, and special in so many ways. Because she is.
Like the soft clouds, gentleness in
We need to reinforce this. It might be a lot, but I do think in a story like Amphoreus,
Yet her heart knows in full admission.
in a story like Amphoreus that is very dark, very negative at times, very depressing, and there's a lot of suffering involved, right? There's also a lot of really glorified aspects, from different people that are also very fun. I think it's important to reinforce that the character that is most well liked, the character that is potentially the most respected from everyone, right, is the one that is kind, caring, compassionate, polite, empathetic, right? These are all, in my opinion, these are all qualities that humanity should strive for. Like, there are various positive qualities that the other Chrysos heirs, right, show, like mighty, powerful, strong, emotionally mature, and and healthy. Aglaya and Finan show stellar examples of leadership, right? Anaxa with his intelligence, but they also show flaws, right? The Chrysos heir that is shown to have arguably the least flawed personality is the one that exemplifies kindness and love and compassion.
Like you and me, he too wishes to heal all of this world's afflictions.
In a different way.
The girl treated ailments for many years in the grove, composing her medical treatises into tomes. When scholars seek medical help, she realizes with a startle that kindness too can grow into its own bloom. By that time, the twilight already lost their eyes, and the world drowns in evernight, while the girl and the healer again traverse the world in gloom. Seeing the golden thread and ivy in the night, it has been long since she recalled her past. She once again thinks of her childhood dream.
Should the sun be dimmed by destiny's decree, then the dawn that heals the world, I shall replace.
And boy, did you ever, Hyacinth. She was basically the reason why Finan was able to make it to the Vortex of Genesis at the end. Her little bubbles.
On that day, the dawn
Also, has she had the longest saga yet? Each one of her chapters is really long.
breaking through the walls with relentless grace. In a quaint yet exquisite courtyard, two bitter foes meet.
Whoa,
to
wait, hold on.
journey's end, their fates entwined in fate's regard. With no escape, no road behind, they trade a weary smile in kind. Together,
What is this?
the heavens
Are they describing 3.3 at the moment?
If I can ever see the faint
Oh,
light
okay.
again and stay alive.
No, maybe not.
Then, Outlander Nemesis, you I will forgive.
Not long ago, as the romantic demigod closed her eyes, the girl bottled her tears in sorrow and once more opened the dim-lit garden wide. Two figures step into the courtyard's gate.
Oh.
The girl of Crimnos, her body torn, by vengeance bound, by fury swayed. A noble of the holy city, once
Oh,
wrapped
wait,
in
hold on.
gold, now haunted by a fate betrayed. A simple injury, so the girl believed. Yet the two women met with scorn, their words like blades. Because their children fled in love's embrace, while bloodied pasts left scars in place. A feud unbroken by countless years, a chasm carved by blood and
A sickness beyond the girl's touch. Well described.
Just do your duty as a healer, girl.
Family feuds are like sunlight and storm clouds. They cannot mend.
At last, the girl saw it clear. The courtyard's birth in days of yore was born to mend the rift of dusk and dawn.
Then I will make every effort to have you cast aside your difference.
Because of course you will.
Light.
Because that's who you are. She is not just a healer, she is also a
The
therapist.
general's wounds were healed, and the noble's worries gently repealed. Yet when their gazes met once more, the loathing within remained unswayed. The girl then spoke the tale of her skykin, of a grandmother's sacrifice, a father's flight from within, of ancestors who descended, leaving their feud behind. Their hands in hers, she held them tight, yet flames of hatred burned too bright. She did not waver or despair. She just smiled and gazed upon the sky.
I will use my own fate to prove to you.
Yes, girl boss.
Once bright, lay steeped in night. Hanging blossoms.
Well, she's not that girl boss, but she is a queen.
Swallowed by the black tide.
Girl boss is more
General
Aglaya's
raised her
vibe,
spear
I think.
For the noble's sake, while the noble whispered prayers for the general, gentle as a lake.
If I can ever see the faint light again and stay alive.
Then, Outlander Nemesis, you I will forgive.
The death they awaited never came. Instead, a cascade of colors fell from the heavens, simply there, protecting them both. The sky still burned, dark and low, yet her words lingered, a gentle ember refusing to fade.
I will use my own fate to prove to you.
She kept her promise.
Day and night can be mended, and so can hatred be undone.
Goat. Hiya, Cynthia, you absolute queen. One more. This, honestly, I think is my new favorite.
Sky Castrum, its ruins like a blind and weary eye, gazes upon the earth in its dying sight. Alone, the girl remained upon the battlefield. No time to shy from the searing gold, no will to wear her usual smile.
Oh no. Tsuki, Belobog being known as freezing, meanwhile Amphoreus is fired due to Finance's blazing sun. That could be it. That said, I don't think I would describe Amphoreus as a blaze. Amphoreus to me, honestly, I don't know what I would describe it as. I think I'd have to see the next 3 story patches. I mean, it really is, to a certain extent, a hero's journey, but a hero's journey that is not very much glorified. It is a true hero's journey, one of trials, tribulations, and discovery. Some discoveries being much more large in scope than I think anyone ever anticipated. I don't think Belobog and Amphoreus are going to be opposites, if that's what you're trying to say.
Of the crumbled mural, but one piece endured. A corner betraying the day thunder night, dazzling in blaze. She placed her hand upon the mural, pain seared through skin and bone, as the picture claimed her within its lines.
Nothing is mightier than the sky. It holds countless wonders within its clouds,
and each opening and closing of the eyes brings dawn and dusk.
Interesting.
In that painted world, the girl
Oh, so that was a younger Seliosi.
watching her
I was about to say, I don't think that's Seliosi.
unyielding cross the land beneath the searing sun. But the girl known as Hyacinth recalled her father's fragile light in the dark, the journeys into lands unknown, marked by endless sunlit days, restless winds.
The sky is the gentlest of all. It watches over all things with compassion, showering them with soft rain and morning light.
If you ever needed to see the difference, if you ever, this is, I mean, just look, just read both passages and see the difference, right? And yeah, sure, sometimes this is necessary. Like this approach, this interpretation, this is necessary at times, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hyacinth isn't knight, right? Sometimes you have to fight back. But to me, I find that this is strong. This approach to handling world's affairs, oftentimes I think leads to a better outcome.
And yet, the sky remains so cold. It witnesses believers tear each other apart. And still, it cowardly flees from all responsibility.
Tsuki, it funny, serious, mighty, and find to know what fire is like. Do you know what cold is like? Freezing contest. I'm trying to think, we've never seen like a cold area in Amphoreus. Styxia would probably be the closest, but that's more water. I wonder how many people. Oh wait, no, that's a lie. Where Casterus used to live, it was in her animated short, where she was like the executioner. That was like a cold area.
Within the frame of
So yeah, I guess there is an area in Amphoreus that is very winter-like.
her golden blood trailing as she turned from home, sharpening arrowheads beneath the wide and barren sky. Hyacinth remembered her grandmother's song. She recalled her prayer to Aquila before her grandmother's journey, and how bitterness followed her to an unknown land.
But the sky is so lonely too. Forever distant from the world beneath. It watches.
I love the way they're doing this. The comparison and the contrast.
No, the sky must be merciless.
And seeing Seliosi go deeper and deeper into that pit of negativity.
Divine judgment upon all human
And I think Hyacinth is going to reinforce her beliefs over here.
The girl named Seliosi became the divine eye, gazing down without mercy, a titan passing judgment upon her own kind. But in memories deep, Hyacinth heard their call, the golden threads that shielded all, the burning sun, vast and unyielding, carrying the weight of all the world had known.
No, the sky must not forsake kindness. Through its boundless embrace.
Core flame of hope!
There is the core flame.
Oh, that's perfect. Especially because the hope of Amphoreus, ourselves, we came from the sky. Well, from beyond the sky, technically.
Depths of memory, the girl named Seliosi pulls her knees to her chest and trembles.
Then please, come sit in my courtyard.
A gentle ray of light seeped through, the celestial mural now fused anew. Once more, the land knows favor.
Can I go back in time? Can I go back in time and summon for Hyacinth?
Takes the hand of the
How stupid I was to not summon for one of my favorite characters because I was saving for other characters.
Sky's greatness.
I should just spend money.
Whenever the anguished earth looks to it, it always offers a smile in return.
This is my favorite saga. I just love that they took the direction with this saga, just reinforcing what made Hyacinth so great. This saga is a glorification of Hyacinth's elements as a static character, and I love it. Okay, Moving on to Cypher, and when I finish Cypher, I will decide whether or not I want to do Finan. At the moment, I'm leaning towards leaving Finan for part 2, kind of to give us like a really nice jump start. Alright, what do you got for me, Cypher? I'm excited to hear your voice acting again. A thief tells a few stories. The first story is titled The Golden Apple. It doesn't have to go to the fairest. That city is named Amphoreus, where the golden light of Nestia shines. The golden apple tree sits in the city's middle. Only the fairest can pluck its apples. The second story is titled Trying to Argue, Don't Trick Yourself, Please. The city is named Adelia, where Circe's roots bury deep in wine. The sophist scholar holds a torches aloft, but his theories common sense bereft. Even the best athlete could never catch up to this turtle. None can overturn him in arguments, and he obtains the champion's crown in merriment. The third story I will tell is titled A Competition in Trickery. Who do you think is a Grand Master? That city is named Dolos, where even Zagreus was once tricked. The king promises to reward the perfect lie, wishing to recreate the deceit of the Titan as a grand feat. I think the world is a ghoul. In truth, we are all already dead. Lies take their turns in the challenge, but no one pleases the king. Oh, well, damn. The others are curious as to what lies she raised. Zagreus can only tell lies, and I am Zagreus. Nice, Cypher. The fourth story is called You Like Money? Good, but you must pay the price. That city is called Mythimus, where the sea breeze intoxicates the people with delight. A wealthy penny pincher prays to the Titan. Please give me the power to turn anything into gold. With a breeze, the rock in his hand turns to gold, but his joy is fleeting to behold, for with one embrace his wife turns into coins, scattered on the soil. The girl laughs hilariously, holding his hand in hers. Go back and check your vault. Some gold may be missing, but your beloved is right there waiting. Cyphera, you took another long journey, and we want to hear your fun stories. The difference between Aglaya and Chube here. The girl with the hood dangles her feet in the bath as 2 coins dance and fly between her fingers. Basically, I visited 4 places, took them to my heart's content, and came back fully rewarded. The girl pauses her words, looks out the window, as the light above the Titan's shoulder casts her right cheek aglow. The dawn will never cease, and the thief's star wanders in foreign lands. How would you know that I am not lying? So this happened after she told her grand lie. Suki, do you think golden blood are poison? By definition, kind of. It depends on what you see the destruction as. The golden blood is basically just an element of destruction, like Path Strider energy of destruction. So if you see the destruction as poisonous, then yes. But we've gotten hints a little bit that the destruction isn't all just evil. It's just another path. Its philosophy is to destroy. It cannot do anything else. Now, obviously, is the destruction an antagonist? Yes. And I assume that many of the followers of destruction are morally corrupt and evil. But to say inherently that destruction is a bad thing, to be determined. So.
In Dolos' suburbs, in a tiny weaving workshop, the silk-weaving old woman busies herself within as her smart child wanders outside on a whim. The silk pours from the loom, some bright as the dawn, some dark as the night. The woman had lived her whole life in poverty, yet through her business, she never deceives.
Good child, listen to me. Never lie and speak deceit, for people like you only do to honesty.
Okay.
The girl smiles and nods, but her heart is drawn to the boundless desires of the bustling streets. And the grandmother is unaware that her handmade white dress has been stained by the mud of conceit.
Suki, me 13 would tell you about destruction somewhat, and that when you understand what like is meant, you don't understand destruction. Well, careful, Suki, and no spoilers. It's fine, you know, if you're just implying something or whatever, that's fine. But, you know, don't tell me anything directly. Yeah, I think destruction as a concept is incredibly difficult to understand for humanity, because inherently destruction and, you know, entropy are in our minds, right, a negative thing. But I mean, you saw with the abundance, right? Too much life, too much immortality, too many things could also be incredibly harmful. So, just there's value in life and there's value in death. There's value in creation and abundance, and there's value in destruction. It's just that the way destruction, the path is being presented to us, yeah, we gotta stop them, or else everyone's gonna die. So.
Madam, what is a bundle of white silk's price?
Sir, only 2,000 balance coins.
An honest price tag can only meager profit obtain.
If we keep selling cloth like this, we'll stay poor for the rest of our lives.
The girl complains to her grandmother while sprouting countless plots and petty tricks. The woman smiles and does not reply, only weaving with night-shaded silk a suave hooded robe for her little spark.
Why don't you take some of our goods and go into the city tomorrow to try
Each
out
path
those
has its
grapes?
ups and downs. We have to reunite one bird. Well, yeah, just like in life, every philosophy, every belief, every ideal has its pros and its cons. That's the inherent duality of life and humanity. That's what makes it interesting and beautiful.
Could not contend with the myriad of shifting faces before her. She returns penniless and furiously seethes.
I vow to the god of thieves that I will eventually empty those people's pockets.
Smiling, her grandmother stops her silk work and offers some dinner with humble dish.
Silly child, don't let Titans hear such vows and promises.
Unless it's Zagreus.
Yet when the moon rises, a magnificent pin graces the old lady's pale locks. The girl smiles at the old woman, now stunned in shock.
I actually did return with some catch.
The brilliance adorning her white hair drew all eyes, and its proud original owner arrived to stake their claim. The bet that the girl won with a brilliant trick is described as a thief's loot through lying schemes.
Of course it is.
The old woman, in her panic, shouldered the blame, confirming a sin that was but a fabrication.
Oh, what the fuck?
By Dolores' laws, we must also execute all her family.
What? Excuse me?
Protect the girl, the old woman reveals the final secret unseen.
She's not my
Execution?
but
For theft?
orphan picked from the street on a whim.
People
Huh?
to be a lie, but the girl knows her grandmother cannot deceive. Just like how she always glossed over questions about parents and kin.
Your parents went to a city-state far away.
The girl never bothered to unravel the threadbare lie.
Stop! Stop right there, you thief!
Run! Run as fast as you can! Cypher up!
The lies overthrow the shop and tear apart the good woman's good name, leaving the girl with guilt and grief. The hearth of her home was a lie, doused by another conceit,
Also, isn't Dolos a city-state that worships Zagreus? Shouldn't they be fine with theft?
The girl pulls down the hood and sinks into the starless dark.
I vow to the god of thieves.
And from that day, she never left empty-handed, her words woven with deceit. However, back then, the girl did not realize that the people did not covet one simple pin, but the golden beloved.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense now.
Her skin.
They used a fucking situation of theft to go after something else. It was just an appearance. Okay. What a backstory. Holy shit. Well, nothing that we're not used to at this point. I have become apathetic to all the depression. At this point, depression is just what I should expect when it comes to Amphoreus.
Scar equals a coin, then the girl always pursued would be worth her weight in gold. Deception, theft, and night heists. But her nerves failed her when it mattered most. The girl clutches meager loot to her chest and escapes, muttering curses, bearing her pain.
Stevo, how I like to... It's like, true. Very true. Caslada, you and I connected by our hearts, by our souls. May he rest in peace inside of Iron Tomb. Well, he's not actually dead, so I shouldn't say rest in peace. We'll see him again. Probably.
We're head on. I definitely win next time.
She always longs for the coin of whimsy's blessing, creed. Yet the coin in the air always suddenly disappears, as if in reply from the trickery titan. Day and night flow, and the thief's star makes circles across the sky, while time molds the girl into an adult. The cloak once used to conceal her entire body now only suffices as a hood that barely covers her fringe.
Mm-hmm. Boy, does she grow up.
These days, I have no need to hide.
With a confident
Sorry.
stride and a silver tongue.
I'm just slightly down bad for Cyphera.
Thieving every opportunity as a result.
Just slightly.
And at curtain fall hour, those treasure-seeking steps fade into the moonlight. When she appears again, her arms are laden with money's weight. What is the art of thieving?
Stealing from the poor. Not enough loot. Stealing from the rich. That's a boring task to boot.
Mm.
The girl narrows her eyes of greed
Okay.
towards those called the Christ.
Stealing from the Chrysosers, though,
The golden vine
that's good.
sages' homes, the sacred carcass of the Deathward realm, the divine lyre,
Never change, Cypher, never change.
and the crystal chalice of the thousand gates. The girl knows not the treasure's origins, only that they are all valuable beyond measure.
To have something priceless is the true art of thieving.
A pity the deceits are all eventually revealed, and the thief meets a
Yeah, not very easy to steal from
a golden thread.
Chrysosers.
Her meticulous disguise.
Aglaia
The
particularly.
heroes hold down her third hand to imprison in this thief star made of human feet.
I take defeat with my head held high. Spare me your sympathy.
She frankly faces the accusations, knowing that escaping would be nothing more than child's play.
Mm.
So the Chrysos heir outside the cage smiles sweet.
Would you like to see my most precious? A treasure bride?
This is a younger Aglaia. You can hear the difference in inflection of her voice.
Like the beauty god Nestia's divine body. More blinding than the sun, rivaling the moon in its glory.
It is woven by divine threads. It captivates even the gods. But all the lies and deceit are revealed under the golden thread's query.
The world-famous thief is stirred by such grand words into a flurry.
Then just you watch. This wondrous dress will forever remain in my own gallery.
Glycan Cypher was a dynamic I never expected to be like as powerful as it is, but it really works.
This is an age of ruin. The Chrysos War ignites once more, while Zagreus' taunts ripple through the city streets. This is also an age of splendor. 300 thieves spring forth from Dolos, each scheming to conceal the truth from prying eyes, robbing the rich to give succor to the poor.
No, now we're back to the Crisis
Every one
War.
of them deceives gods and men alike, righteous and valiant.
The flame-chased journey has been cut short midway, yet the girl pounds her chest at the gold weaver, not afraid.
The core flame of trickery is near. If now isn't the time to risk it all, then when?
So this is when she became a demigod.
Reveals the Titan's trail. Golden threads binds the fleeing god of thieves.
Hi, Bartolos. How's it going? I still can't believe that. That is a plot twist I did not expect at all.
Towards the god who was pretending to smile.
I once vowed to the god of thieves that I would force trickery to reap what they have sown.
Small details. Female guard we were with at the start of 3.4, Mnemosyne, is named after Greek goddess in memory. Oh, interesting. I do remember her. The other one as well. There wasn't just her. There was another guard there. So some of the few NPCs that were still alive at the end of the cycle.
The Titan whispered from the vortex, the god of trickery's earnest plea. They made a promise to the girl who entered the trial, that the whole world would be bathed in light. No more lies and deceit.
It's weird to hear Bartolos talk like a Titan, and not his like super high-pitched voice.
Cyphera, only honesty is well liked.
She pursed her lips.
That does sound like quite the ideal society. Of course I didn't accept. How boring would a world without deception be?
Boring and dangerous, in my opinion.
Acquired divine power, molding lives.
You saw what constant truth did to Aglaya.
The defeated Titan is now not but a wandering soul.
But somewhere far away, a purple spirit thief opened bleary eyes. They had forgotten their previous life as a Titan and remembered only the girl's crafty message.
Go! Collect treasure, you greedy little grave. Once you regain the memories of trickery from chests, then I will claim the reward for saving your life.
It's really cool to kind of see how this came into fruition.
Spent away from Akama, the girl grew accustomed to travel.
Like weird, I think this saga is more filling in the blanks for everything we know about Cypher.
Heard of a spirit thief. Rumors
Like I'm locked in because I want to know. Not that I wasn't locked in for all the other ones.
So saying, the spirit thief steals the girl's coin pouch and fled without a trace.
And is this the moment he realizes?
The wind brushed past, and the girl had already caught them.
Running for it? Your life was saved by my trickery, you know.
The old god and the new finally reunite. The two rivals who, from that moment on, became
Very cool. That was really fun.
Just that the
Oh, there's more.
thief's companion was always scaring them.
Hey, the fish in the River of Souls are starving, you know.
Never change, Cypher. Never change. And one more.
A thief reveals a few lies.
Oh my god, this one has so many.
Fellow thieves, come on and deceive gods with me.
The world has already forgotten that feast. Lies unnumbered that drowns the day of souls. Schemes uncounted, burning for a night of revelry. 300 thieves shackled in imprisonment in exchange for a titan's resigned confinement.
To have managed to trick the Grand Master of all tricks.
I can die happy now.
Whoa.
This was Dolos's great achievement, the deception of the gods, where even Zagreus was fooled.
Interesting. This is...
Second lie is called the god of trickery is now not but a wandering soul.
Why did she spare the Titan's life? The young girl knew not, even after asking herself. Was it greed for the treasure they promised? Or had she vaguely perceived their lonely
Or
fate?
both. I mean, doesn't have to be either or.
It's because you're every bit as despicable as I am. It's such a relief not having to deal with the noble.
The girl dismissed and made light of herself, only forgetting trickery was once a god that supported the world.
The third lie is called Oh Eternal Day. Endlessly illuminating.
Whoa, okay. Well, this is that moment.
At dawn cloud, the chaplain's secrets foretold the coming of that endless night.
What if my lies are more sophisticated? Can the dawn last forever? No end in sight?
I mean, theoretically, as long as you live.
Thief star, the girl was long used to walking in
Which that was the
shadow.
issue.
But as she gazed towards the holy city's dawn, her duty became fixed in her heart, stalwart in might.
The fourth lie is called
And this is her death.
There's no reason. I just don't want to see you again.
Oh.
The girl tried to mask her nonchalance,
Oh.
but could never
Not her
field
death.
the golden thread's questions.
Whoa.
But it is the false-hearted malice that most powerfully forces belief. A true flame-chasing
Confirming. I mean, I think confirming what we all knew.
while the wayfarer
That she
traveled
genuinely loved the Goliath, start to finish.
fleeting light. She used divine power to forge a mask and conceal the last of her true heart.
The fifth lie is called No. There are no more lies left.
Truly rest in peace.
The whimsical coin fell to the ground, telling the tale of fate fulfilled. Travels unwitnessed, ruses unknown. To whom may these now be told?
Lies are always but lies. But you can make them more beautiful than the truth.
There is some truth in that.
Under
Ironically.
the somber sky, golden blood soaked the thief's cloak. Like a golden thread tailored just for her. Exquisite.
What a line to end it.
That she never stole.
That was good. Yeah, Cyphers was really fun. It felt like I was getting. I felt like I was watching like a lore YouTube video almost. Rest in peace. We'll see you soon, though. We'll see you soon. It's all good. Okay, so I do think. Wait, hold on. Suki, do you think Antikytherian is made up by Lygus? You'd ever see other Antikytherians? Skrulum refers Lygus and Teletron. I think it's made up. I think there's other people like Lygus. I just think that Lygus isn't an Antikytherian. He is an Intellitron or something. But he probably made other versions of himself and Amphoreus so he could claim himself as an Antikytherian, and no one would suss him out. Because he does look pretty different compared to most people in Amphoreus. Alright, let's grab our rewards. Very nice. And that's where we're gonna stop here for today. So we will do a part 2. We've got 5 left. We've got Finan, we've got Hyceland, Seridra, Terravox, and what we can only assume to be a Chrysos heir that we have not seen yet. Ha ha ha. Quotes, wink wink, nudge nudge. I think most of us know who this will be. And I anticipate that most of these are not yet. There's probably only one for almost all of them. So we will do Finan first thing in part 2. We'll start with an absolute banger because it's going to be Finan or Kaslana, depending on whether it's the first 2 chapters or the 3 or the last 3. And then we will do these last 4, and then we will go on to the Delta Me 13.exe logs, and that'll be the end of part 2. It'll probably be shorter than how long this one was, because holy shit, we are almost at 4 hours and a half. That is crazy. I thought we were gonna do half of this. So, but yeah, let's go ahead and call it for tonight. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me as I basically just sat here and read a whole bunch of short stories. It was a lot of fun. Let's see who's in chat still. Stevo and Suki, thank you so much for joining me as always. Suki, welcome in. Stevo, glad to see you come back. Hope you come back again. Thank you guys so much very much. As for what I mentioned at the start of the stream, we're going to modify it a little bit. We'll have another stream for the As I've Written here in a couple of days. It probably won't be tomorrow. Might be tomorrow. Who knows? If not tomorrow, probably Thursday. And then on the weekend, or maybe even Friday, maybe I'll do a Friday stream for the first time. We will do the new tier list now that Amphoreus Part 1 is over. And then once that stream is over, we will then transition to Zenless Zone 0 once again. So 2 more Star Rail streams, not 1, 2 more. And then we will be back on the Zenless train until 3.5 comes out. So should be some fun. But yeah, as always, really appreciate it, guys. Had a great time. Hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you may be. And I will see you guys next time. Peace, light.